can actually walk from one continent to the next, and I'm going to prove it today. Now, all Hebrews, I am not trying to disprove Deuteronomy chapters 28. I am not trying to disprove that you came into slavery with ships. That is not what I am trying to do. I am being a mediator between you and the nine tribes, the Jews and the nine. And do you see this little gap right here? That gap was once frozen. Guess when? 2019. That's when it was unfrozen. That means it's been frozen for many, many years. You can literally walk from here on the ice over to Russia. Literally. This maritime boundary just got unfrozen. Russia just started to make money from to go across the waters from India to Iran all the way to Iraq, all the way to this little piece right here, which is Israel. And do you see what's connected to Israel? Same little piece right there, Africa. Africa. You can literally walk from America to Africa. Now you want to go to Europe? Let's walk. Now let's walk to Europe. You can either take that route, which is water, or you can take this route again backwards, which is land. Now, if you took the route,
you will be left speechless. So, of course,
Do it for the art. Do it for the love.
I search up.
Tell the camera what you think.
Do it for the art. Do it for the love. Do it for the heart. Give a fuck who judge. Yeah, my team made it. Y'all niggas hating. Still chasing. New placements. For hanging. New paintings. 2025 about to go crazy. Fuck you. Pay me. Wait till they see a living legend and I've been sketching. Since a young boy I've been drawing. I'm a real artist, no second guessing. A stroke game, that's real pressure. My details, that's real extra. 14 by 16.
Overpriced I've ever seen be sold
I might have to go fix me some coffee. Damn, I've been here 15 minutes and they do shit. That's crazy.
$20 every time you want to get replacement heads, or if you need a
That is classified as a non-physical reality. What happened? You're here is because you believe in Coltrane.
I might have water instead of coffee. Tell me what would you do? You never had to wait till the end. Tell me what would you do if you had an extra day? How would you feel if you never had to pay?
Hi, my name is Swift Homicide, and the game is all mine. Y'all guys get stuffed in the trunk, butt naked and all tied. Oh my, I'm the lion, tiger, and bear. Get these rappers out of here, cause it appears they're unaware this isn't fair. I'm rare, like death from a flare. I do what I care to disappear into thin air. No corpses, this tortoise is near to the hair. Of course, this is horseshit. I bet that's what you were thinking, but I hope you think time is over. Now drowning the creek of my lyrical feces. Believe me, it isn't easy to be this greasy with the slick talking. You never see me like a beat dog, prick walking in Yeezys. Don't twist off the lids for more facts and meaning. I'm the crocodile compared to what I would do to you. Look, had it easy. I'm Swift Homicide, no lie. I come from the Stockton streets where it's best to have an alibi and walk down a block with heat. If you land on my property and the paint's not complete, I'll knock you off the board. I ain't talking about Monopoly. The devil walks with me. Yeah, well, so does Jesus Christ. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. When I creep at night, bullets run out. That's why I suggest you keep the knife. Am I really trapped in the darkness if I see the light? I can pick a pretty penny from the pie piper. Pipe of 20 pistols, popping pimples. 4 feet of pride got 'em. Carry 5-6 to that cemetery ditch. I can make a crime scene look like a military hit. Shot the heavy on the kick, look like it's on a pogo stick. Art icy for the cream. Till I'm bit of Jerry's rich. Oh crap. Guess who crashed up in this bitch? The master of disaster. You can call me Swift. I'm back to kill a rapper. Spaz a little bit. Somebody pass the pamper. Cause I'm about to shit on these modern day hip hop artists. Your style is a bit retarded. I told you don't get me started. I hope you are flame retarded. Step back, I'm about to toast you when I roast you. Let your body drop, then I leave it for the vultures. I'm #1 lyrically. None of you rappers can get with me. If you diss me on social, you better keep that same energy. I'm psycho like Michael and I push Jeffrey Dahmer is the mind state. They say that the music I make won't elevate, just raise the crime rate. Hip hop is my house, and I'll be serving that bitch's prime state. Challenging me is impossible. If you think about me, your mind breaks. Yeah.
Why this nigga was so wet?
Yeah.
Bro, that was a terrible verse. It wasn't a terrible verse, but
Yo, I'm a real master with a pole. That sounded crazy. I say pause, nigga, hell no. Another fucking kill, another fucking body. That's what it is. That's what I'm doing to these niggas. I get kills. I get kills. Boy, he must have went up there to the top, cause I didn't see nobody near me. I didn't see nobody drop. Boy, I see nobody now. I can't do nothing about it, cause you fucking doubting now. Yeah. And now you fucking drowning now. Ain't nobody around me now. Pull out my heartbeat sensor, check all of my surroundings now. Who is this dragon? About to die up in that water. Now that enemy down, you should've played smarter. I know I'm going harder. I got this specialist pack, nigga, roll out. No, I'm a real master with a pole. That sounded crazy. Real master with a pole. I say pause, nigga, hell no.
Right now, listen. I ain't never heard nobody say that I accidentally got caught up in a gay vortex of porn. I'm not saying I watched it. I'm just saying that when they go to certain, listen, I like the premium sites like ManyVids and stuff like that. You know, like I'm a porn aficionado here. So sometimes what I'm saying is you scroll through and sometimes it's like a gay thumbnail. You're like, oh shit, I don't want to see that shit. Or a trans thumbnail. I don't want to see that shit. You know, you go to hot movies and sometimes it gets slipped in. I don't want to see that shit. I think watching gay porn, if you're straight, doesn't make you want to do gay shit. Say that again. If you watch gay porn and you're straight, it doesn't make you want to do gay stuff. This nigga's a homosexual. Say that I'm gay. Yes. I've never watched gay porn. Rewind that and say what you just said one more time. Watching gay porn doesn't make you want to do gay stuff. Watching gay porn. But why are you watching it? I'm not watching right now. Listen. I ain't never heard nobody say that I accidentally got caught up in a gay vortex of porn. I'm not saying I watched it. I'm just saying that when they go to certain, listen, I like the premium sites like ManyVids and stuff like that. You know, like I'm a porn aficionado here. So sometimes what I'm saying is you scroll through and sometimes it's like a gay thumbnail. You're like, oh shit, I don't want to see that shit.
yeah, bro, you suspect.
motherfucking gun out of my face. Now that was fast. That was fast as fuck right there. Yeah, you on point. That was nice. You don't get that motherfucking gun out of my face. Now that was fast. That was fast as fuck right there. Yeah, you on point. That was nice. You don't get that.
What the fuck did that come from?
This is a hard place, bro. But this is a crazy hell. This is a hard place, bro. But this is a crazy hell. I ain't even know 4 hours of sound of this, and it's still rolling. Hey, this is gonna be a hit, twin. Don't be surprised when we get the fuck on, twin.
No, I'm a real man. No.
What happened? The original plot of the movie. What happened to the original plot of the movie?
Spending every day on your own, and here it goes. I'm just a kid.
What happened to the original plot of the movie? What happened to the original plot of the movie?
And you're spending every day on your own.
Oh, okay. Wu-Tang Clan. That's not the fuck with. Wu-Tang Clan. That's not the fuck with. Wu-Tang Clan. That's not the fuck with. Choji, man. M-A-T-H-O-D. Oh my God, Wu-Tang Clan. Get on my cloud. You don't know me and you don't know my style. Damn. Oh. Oh. Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang Clan.
And you're spending every
Okay, today is July 17th, 2001. We're on the 85th floor of Two World Trade Center, currently at the northwest corner of the building, showing columns 101 on the right and 460 on the left. We are going to proceed to show the fire protection in the fourth phase of the renovation. Looking down at 459, we're going to pause for one moment. I'm going to correct that. We're looking at 460, going from westerly to easterly. But before that, we're going to introduce you to what we're looking at. These are the columns on the north side of the building. Inside the partition was 101, proceeding easterly. And we'll come around to an easterly direction, back to a southerly direction, looking across the floor. And showing the west side of the building and the columns from 460 down through that doorway and into another section ending with column 409. Okay, again, we're going back to column 460, or I'm sorry, ceiling joist 460. We'll show some missing fire protection in this area. We're going to pause for a moment. Okay, picking up again at the easterly end of the steel truss. Coming around to a north-south truss, again showing missing insulation, fire protection. And coming around on 456, working our way from east to west. Today is July 17th, 2001. We're on the 85th. Okay, today is.
I really know how it feels to be stressed out, when you're face to face with your adversity. I really know how it feels to be stressed out. We're gonna make this thing work out eventually.
Yo, I ain't one to complain, but this thing's in the game.
Just when I think that I forgot to. Need to ride.
Green on the top was short like leprechaun. Just rapping, stepping to me. They wanna break something.
Barry, I'm a zombie. I came to bring the brain, hardcore from the brain.
Yeah, I gotta make sure I get these.
To relax my mind so I can be free and absorb the sound that keep me round. Doing my
Is the United States wants an ally in the Middle East. Israel is our best ally that we have in the Middle East. Just like Turkey is a strong ally in the Middle East.
Money, that's
The idea that we need like a Jewish conspiracy or some Jewish plan to explain that, we don't need one. Just like we don't need a Turkish conspiracy. Just like we don't need a Turkish conspiracy to explain why we're so close to Turkey in the Middle East, despite all the political disagreements we have with them.
I wanna really laser focus in on this. So
Did
Stephen,
you finish your point before you start?
Yeah, go for it.
okay, so Stephen, I want to hear what your opinion is on Israel. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that Israel is America's closest ally because Israel benefits America the most. Is that right?
I'm saying that Israel is a close ally to the United States because there's a benefit for them being an ally in the Middle East.
What is the benefit?
The benefit is geopolitical. The benefit is that we've got a strong ally in that region of the world. It helps us deploy military assets. It helps us have bases in these areas. And yeah,
How many bases do we have in Israel?
I don't know how many bases we have.
Okay, really? What do we deploy from Israel?
I don't even know in terms of economy. Nothing. There's absolutely no economic, no beneficial interest whatsoever for Israel being in the United
No
States.
Israelis died in the Iraq War. Everything in the big controversy actually for the Muslim world is that Saudi Arabia allowed us to station there and use their airspace, which is like a
We're friends
total.
with Saudi Arabia too, are we not?
I know, But
Is
we're
that
not
a
arguing about
conspiracy?
Saudi Arabia.
Wait,
We're
why
arguing
are, we
about
friends, why
Israel.
are we friends with Saudi Arabia if the Saudi Arabians
Well,
and the Jews
okay,
don't get
the
along?
subject.
If they don't always get along, why are we friends with Saudi Arabia then too?
Hang on, we can talk about Saudi Arabia in a second. I want to talk about Israel. So you said that we're allied with Israel because they provide us a benefit. I said, what's a benefit? You said, well, it's a geostrategic. I said, what does that mean? You said, well, we deploy stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I just said, well, no, actually, they don't do any of that. So I want to stick to the same question. What does Israel do for us specifically?
Specifically, I wouldn't be able to do what Iraq does for
So
us
you don't
specifically
know.
either. No, I don't know.
So you have no
100%.
idea.
I don't know.
Okay, well, the answer is
Yeah, tell
nothing.
us.
And the answer is nothing. We give them $3.8 billion per year in aid. That's in addition to all kinds of other special provisions. Every other country, because you're right to some extent about the foreign aid. We give a lot of these countries foreign aid, but there's a reciprocal advantage for foreign aid. Like, for example, Egypt, a lot of foreign aid. You want to know why we give Egypt a lot of foreign aid? They became the second largest recipient of foreign aid after the Camp David Accords in '78. They were the first nation to sign a peace treaty with Israel. It was only after that that they became the #2 recipient of foreign aid. But one of the benefits that we get from the foreign aid, besides that we brokered a peace deal with Egypt, it was very controversial, very unpopular, is that Egypt buys our military equipment with the money we give them. Israel's the only country in the world that they don't have to spend all the foreign aid money they get on the American defense industry. They can spend it on their own defense industry. Only country that gets that sweetheart deal. In addition, we have a special part of the aid that we give Israel that we give it all in a lump sum at the beginning of the year, as opposed to giving it over the course of the year. We give it to them as a lump sum. And what they do with the money is they actually buy our American Treasury notes so they can make interest. Isn't that beautiful? So we give them the money and they demand this, only one in a lump sum, and they take the $3.8 billion and they spend a little on their own defense industry. They spend a little on ours. And then they buy our Treasury notes. They make a little interest off the money we give them. The other thing is this. We give it to them as a loan, which is important. If we gave it to them as a grant, we would have to monitor how they spend it. Well, they don't need that kind of scrutiny on what they spend it on, so they accept it as a loan, but we forgive the loan. So there's no scrutiny, but we also don't collect it back. There's also no interest. These are all the kinds of special sweetheart provisions we give them, in addition to them being the #1 recipient. And there's actually no tangible benefit that we derive from them. In fact, it's the opposite. Constantly, we are catching spies, like the Jonathan Pollard affair. In the Trump administration, they got busted for putting listening devices in Washington,
Can I ask you a
D.C.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we have any military bases in Israel?
You tell me you just looked it up on
Yeah,
your phone.
I
can
did.
see
So
that.
we do have military bases in Israel.
Okay.
And I see we have radar installations in Israel.
Tell me about
Not
the
only
military
that, I
base.
see we have radar installations in Israel that literally help us keep track of what's going on with the skies of Iran. Do you think that provides us geostrategic advantage?
No, because Iran is not our adversary. Why is Iran our adversary?
Because we had a geostrategic interest in Iraq. And Iraq was for a while an adversary.
We're not in
And Iran
Iraq.
is also an adversary because Iran has the IRGC literally does ops all of the United States.
Really?
Hold on.
Wait. The IRGC does ops in the United States?
No, hold on. Against U.S. troops.
Where?
What do you think?
In Iraq. Why are we in Iraq?
Why do you think?
Why are we in Iraq?
Why do you think Donald Trump killed Soleimani?
Why are we in Iraq?
Why do you think Donald Trump killed Soleimani? Who do you
Because
think was killing U.S.
Sean
troops?
Nicholson gave them $500 million in 2020. That's why.
Gotcha. It wasn't because there were attacks all over Iraq on U.S. troops that was done
Why
by
were
the
we in Iraq?
IRGC that was ran by Iran's
Why
IRGC.
were we in Iraq?
Why doesn't matter what we're in Iraq?
Yes,
I'm telling you.
That's what we gotta do. It's
Yeah,
let
yeah.
get off his things. If you want, Nick, I can give you a piece of paper or whatever. You can write down his questions. That way you can address each one.
Yeah,
So
do that.
that's the ask what you were saying. Get into your stuff, and then Nick will respond.
Sure. Okay. So to be fair, okay, I do not know every single point of trivia that Anansi memorized about Israel. I don't have all the information. I will look it up when I can, and I read what I can, and I learn what I can, but I don't know every talking point. But I would like to say at the beginning, it kind of seemed like we're relying on the idea that Israel has no military installations for the United States in Israel. That seemed to be the point you're relying on. Well, now it seems like they do. Not only they do, but it seems like it also is one that provides geostrategic interest to the United States because of our operations in the Middle East. Now that you've found that out, now you're like, oh, well, why do we care about Iran? I told you why we care about Iran. We care about Iran because the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, that was ran by Soleimani, the guy that Donald Trump assassinated because they killed so many U.S. troops in Iraq, that they have an interest in killing U.S. troops across the Middle East, and they have for a long time. And then you shifted the goalpost from, so the goalpost was, are the military bases in Israel? Okay. Do they provide geostrategic interest? Okay, well, what's even the interest? Okay, well, why are we in Iraq? You're going to shift the goalposts over and over and over again. You can shift as much as you want, but Israel does have U.S. military installations, and we also have weapon depots there as well. And there's a reason why we have them. It's geostrategic interest, and There is a reason why they're spying on people that are killing troops in the Middle East. So if you want to keep shifting the goalposts, we can. I don't know. We're getting to the point where like, why were Jews persecuted in Rome? Fucking how many thousand years ago?
Just to clarify, what he said is, what he asked was, how many bases do we have? Didn't answer. Then he said, what benefit does America get from aiding Israel? And then he said nothing. He didn't say anything about the military bases.
Sure. Well, because the answer is giving the impression that we don't get anything from them, because you did say that. You said we get no benefit from them.
Let's
We
give
just
a chance to
ship them
respond to
money,
that.
right?
Did you finish your point though? That's how to make sure you get everything off before I turn it to Nick.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so let me dive in here. The reason it's not shifting the goalpost, I asked you specifically, precisely, because you came on here without knowing it actually. And I want to point that out. You come on here and say, well, it's a weird, crazy conspiracy to suggest that Zionist Jews in America conspire to help Israel. That's weird and crazy. It's not tribal, it's not religious. You said the reason that it's way more boring and way more complex the Nazis would suggest it's because they actually provide a benefit. I said, really? What's the benefit? You said, oh, I don't know. So you just claimed that without knowing anything. Then you went on I'mRight.com, your chat helped you out and said, well, actually, they have a military installation. Here's the reason why it matters why we're in Iraq. You told me the benefit that Israel provides to America, it helped us spy on Iran. Well, it would actually matter then why it's actually a geostrategic necessity for us to spy on Iran. Iran is thousands and thousands of miles away from the United States, as is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. You said for a moment, you said, well, the IRGC it operates internationally in America. And I said, really? And you said, oh, no, I mean in the Middle East. And then you say, well, why are we in the Middle East? Well, that's not important at all. Actually, it is, because America has no business in Iraq. We had no business in Iraq in 1990. We had no business in Iraq in 2003. We had no business in Iraq in 2011. It matters. Of course it matters. And here's why. My contention, of course, is that we were led to Iraq by Jewish Zionists. Jewish Zionists' number one enemy is Syria. Therefore, the number two enemy was Saddam Hussein. And the reason why is because of their northern border. In the 1980s, Israel invaded Lebanon, and a group called Hezbollah pushed them out. The history goes way, 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 way back. But basically, they are mortal enemies with the al-Assad family, with Hafez and Bashar al-Assad, and with Hezbollah, with Lebanon and Syria. It's about securing their northern border. In any case, they have said continuously over the last 40 years that their number one adversary they got to take out, the road to Damascus runs through Baghdad. They have to take out Iraq to take out Syria. So my contention is that we went to war with Iraq basically for the benefit of Syria. It follows, therefore. Wait, if you're very quick. Super quick. And then you can reply. It follows then that if we're at war in Iraq because Jews pushed us into that war to benefit Israel, it's actually not a geostrategic benefit for us to be able to surveil Iran or to kill the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, because the only reason the IRGC can kill our troops in Iraq is because we're in Iraq for Israel. So that's actually just a roundabout way of saying, well, they benefit us so that we can benefit them. They benefit us so we can kill their enemies when we're fighting their enemies in Iraq for them. It does us no good. We would have no beef with Iran besides the hostage situation from 40 years ago. But other than that, we'd have no beef with Iran, Iraq, or Syria if it wasn't for our support for Israel.
The problem is that I want to do a back and forth where I ask a question, but he rambles on like 40 minutes of bullshit history every time I ask a question.
It's a book context. So
I'm curious, like when you say that Israel is the one that dragged us into Iraq, can you elaborate that?
I can, yeah, very clearly. In 1996, they published a memo called the Clean Break Memo. Maybe you've heard of it. It's Douglas Pearl, David Feith, David Wormser. These guys all went into the Bush administration and created the Office of Special Plans in the Defense Office in the Department of Defense, which concocted this excuse for war in Iraq, this fabricated evidence about WMDs, this connection with the poisoning, and so on. And what they said, exactly, the anthrax. In the Clean Break Memo in 1996, all these, by the way, these guys were all Jewish Zionists, they all said, securing the realm of Israel, securing the northern border. We have to take out Saddam, we have to take out Syria, we have to take out Iran.
Why didn't we go to war with Syria or Iran then?
Oh, that's a great question. They tried to get us to war in Syria, if you remember. They fomented a Syrian civil war with ISIS, which was supported by both Israel and the United States.
Hold on. That's like 15 years later.
But that was the plan. First Iraq, then Syria, then Iran.
Wait, so did we go to the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War because of Jews, or just the second one?
Absolutely.
So when gassing of the Kurds and any of that, none of that
mattered. That's all ridiculous.
That's all bullshit.
Well, and I'll tell you why. Okay. In 1998, all these same guys, Wolfowitz and Abrams and all of them, Cohen, They all wrote a letter to Bill Clinton in 1998 before his State of the Union and said, you got to address taking out Saddam. So they were talking about taking out Saddam for like 20 years. Then 9/11 happens and they go, oh, did 9/11? Oh, Saddam has WMDs. Let's go in. Yeah, it's all excuses, Destiny.
Why didn't they just depose him after the first Gulf War then?
Are you so naive to think that like gassing the Kurds is the reason we went in? Do you really believe that?
More so than 4 Jewish guys drafted up a plan to get us into an arbitrary war in the Middle East with
In other words,
Israel.
it's more about bullshit humanitarian nonsense than it is about like spies, money, warfare, and like that's really the crux of it. Is you don't know this naive worldview. Like, well, the government said they're gassing the Kurds. Yeah, just like Assad was gassing his own people, and it was fucking fake, and it was all white helmets with the UN down there, and it was the rebels using chemical attack. No, there isn't. They should go and investigate that.
Absolutely no evidence.
There isn't that.
There's not a single international community in the fucking world that would back up the
There
claim
isn't
that
that.
Okay, let me ask this. So are you okay? So Destiny, just so I can make sure I get your stance correct here. Are you saying that we went to war with Iraq because of the gassing of the Kurds?
I think that, yeah, I think an invasion of Kuwait, I think was a really big deal for internationally why we felt like we had to step in and intervene.
With the Kurds being killed.
Yeah, and then the
Which
Saddam was on the
okay,
Kurds.
okay,
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so Saddam killing the Kurds in the northern part of Iraq is okay. What's your response to that?
We don't care about any of that.
No,
I guess.
I think that's ridiculous. I think
It's
that
way more likely that 4 Jews somehow.
Well, let me ask this, Nick.
Yeah.
Would you
But
would
not
you
enough
say?
to depose Saddam, just enough to invade and.
let me finish.
Let's connect. Would you say that the gassing of the Kurds was a contributing though factor, or you're saying it's not at all?
No, I don't think so at all. And here's why.
All right.
I
So
think
you don't
that
think whatsoever it's not relevant whatsoever to the situation?
I think that is how they dress it up. I think that is basically United States foreign policy, is that we come up with pretexts and excuses to do what we want to do anyway. Like, for example, and I'm not trying to just, zoom out here,
You
but
don't
I am
think
trying to give examples.
you don't think that mattered either, right?
What here's the big picture,
Okay,
which
okay.
I think what you're missing,
Okay.
is that we give a lot of excuses. We said there were WMDs in Iraq. That's why we went to Iraq.
Second Gulf
There
War.
weren't any.
You're mixing the first and second one
No,
up.
no, I'm giving additional
Okay.
examples.
Why
That
don't I
was-
just focus on the first Gulf War?
And here's
instead of
because
talking
you're
about a bunch
missing.
of
Here's
random
why,
shit?
because now you're interrupting, trying to derail, because
Not
now
like
you're
you're putting a
running
whole bunch of
interference.
shit together
No,
because
because I'm
you don't
making
have
a
an
point
answer.
now, because you're very naive and you think that the news media is telling you the truth about
Well, just
every
explain to me, why did we
business,
do the first Gulf War?
which is war.
Okay, let him give his examples,
Thank
and then
you.
can you please address the Gulf War for him?
Absolutely,
Give your
absolutely.
examples, because he's just going to give me examples of why the United States lies in a certain
Because he
situation.
doesn't have the answer to the first question,
No,
so he
he-
can
no,
obviously
no, no, he's
explain
gonna
it.
answer the-
I mean, look at this.
Yeah,
Is
we'll do it.
crazy.
Yeah, go for it.
Look, he's getting
I
nervous.
know it is.
He's getting nervous because he doesn't know anything about foreign policy. So he doesn't want to talk
this
about
is
it.
what
Because the 4 Jews made the plan in 96, they got us to invade Iraq.
Nick, so please cover your examples of how the United States does this, do things, and then please cover his first Gulf War, because that's what he's interested in.
100%.
Right.
So I'm making a bigger point about United States foreign policy, which is that we conduct regime change operations. We go to war all the time. There's always a pretext, whether it's a gassing of the Kurds or it's what happened in Kuwait. The same is true of Iraq with WMDs. The same is true of Libya. We deposed Gaddafi in Libya, they said, because, well, it's not like democratic enough. Does anybody really
That's
believe?
not even true.
Hey, whoa! Does anybody really believe that we go to war with the NATO coalition and we depose Gaddafi because the elections weren't free and fair? And the same thing is true of Syria. Constantly
Why did
trying
China
to create.
abstain?
Whoa! Why are you interrupting me all the
It's-
time? Is it because you're not confident in your positions? You
Yeah,
have to
like,
derail?
because every time you answer a question, you make up 50 bullshit.
Everyone is acting like Destiny, just let him finish his examples, and then please address the first Gulf War for him. And
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you're giving your examples of America getting involved in foreign policy.
Remember, every answer relies on 30 random talking points. So
It's not random talking points. It's about, because it's about your worldview. Your worldview is predicated, and I've seen your stream. I watch your stream. You always hand wave away all these
Still not the
Jews
first Gulf
in the
War.
Defense Department. You hand wave away all the Jewish disproportionate stuff by saying that things are as they seem. There are people in the world, they act a certain way, but it can't be explained by a conspiracy. That's what I'm talking. That's why it matters to go through these examples, because you're going out there and saying, well, Israel benefits us because geostrategic. Well, what does that mean? Oh, I have no fucking idea. Well, we went to war in Kuwait because of the Kurds. Can you tell me why we went to
Well,
war?
hold on, Nick. Give your examples, then the first Gulf War, and then you can ask him a question after.
I already gave my examples.
Okay,
Libya,
how about the first Gulf War then?
Libya, Ukraine, all these different interventions. They're always a
None of these
pretext.
things are remotely similar to each
Oh,
other.
if I laugh, it looks like I'm not losing. If I laugh, it looks like I don't have a
Well,
completely
let me know
naive
15
worldview.
random facts, and I'm gonna
Spies
say
and
something
money
you're talking
are real.
about.
Yeah.
Guys, It's about curves. Let's keep this civil. Okay, because he asked a question about the first Gulf War. Why did we go? Is there a question? Why did we go into war with the first Gulf
I'm
War?
just curious how Jews are concocting every single fucking thing. And then also keep in mind too, everything. The only evidence of any of the fact that like the Jews are behind this is because some people that are Jewish are involved in writing some of the plans.
Explain Kanye. Explain Kanye more than Kanye. Let's go to the good stuff.
That is always going to be.
Let's go to Kanye.
In the totality of this conversation, the strongest evidence that Nick will ever offer for his position is some of the people involved are Jewish.
Okay, so let's hit the first Gulf War because he's asking why did we get involved in the first Gulf War?
We got involved in the first Gulf War for the same reason we got involved in the Iraq War. It's because the Jews had a problem with Saddam Hussein. The Zionists had a problem with Saddam Hussein. It's the same situation. And here's why I bring up the letter to Bill Clinton 98. It's because, once again, we can take the explanation that we were given by the news media that Israel our closest ally because they help us. Went to war in Iraq because MDs, I don't know, we were fooled. We went to war in the Gulf War because of the Kurds. What I'm trying to say is that was already the policy. They were agitating for war for a long time. The neocons were agitating for war for a long time.
Can you tell me how did we make Saddam Hussein invade Kuwait and then use gas weapons against the Kurdish people?
We didn't make them do that. That's the pretext.
How are we agitating for it?
That's the excuse.
Can you tell me how we were agitating for it?
No. I'm not saying
I know you
agitated for that.
What are we agitating for?
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
I'm trying to figure out how the Jews made us go. I'm trying to figure out how did the Jews make Saddam
I'm
Hussein?
trying to figure it out.
I am. I'm asking you.
You're desperately trying to figure it out.
How did the Jews make Saddam Hussein invade Kuwait and use
You're
chemical
not following,
weapons?
though.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what I'm
saying-
asking.
You're
You
not
tell me
following.
something.
Yeah, no.
We're not talking about Benghazi. We're not talking about China. We're not talking about Ukraine.
I'm talking about other examples of American foreign policy.
It's
who's
always
now
conversation and dialogue trees.
And it's always derailing. It's always derailing and stopping. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Ask your question and then he'll answer it.
How did the Jews make us invade in the first Gulf War?
But see, that's a totally incorrect. It's so funny.
You're so
It's so
triggered.
funny.
I see the trigger in you.
I'm not triggered, but that's
You're
just what
very
you
triggered.
do. When you
I-
lose
this
a
is very
debate,
funny to me.
when you lose a debate,
This is like
you
your
do this.
specialty. I have
You
interest.
do
I
this
don't know fucking
contemptuous-
half the shit you're talking about. And
It's
you
just
don't
like
have
the
an
weasel
answer for
words.
it.
It's just like the weasel words at the beginning.
Having no understanding and
It's just
talking
like the
about.
weasel
And you
words
just say
at the
random
beginning.
fucking shit to win the argument.
It's so weird. It's so crazy.
Okay. The question is, how did you say it one more time? What was it?
He brought up. He brings up
No,
like
no,
5 different
it's a false
conflicts.
premise. It's a false
Please
premise.
ask the
It's a
question.
false premise.
I'll ask
Here was the question is, he
Yeah,
said,
we don't derail,
he
guys.
said, how did the Jews make Saddam Hussein do these things? I
there you
never
go.
said the Jews made Saddam Hussein do those things. Were you listening?
Oh, so Saddam Hussein chose to invade Kuwait and gas the Kurdish people.
I don't know that he gassed the Kurdish people, by the way.
We just don't think that happened.
Let's say they did, though. As I said before, that's the pretext, Destiny. Countries do bad things all the time.
Were there other countries that were
Let me
using
ask you
chemical
this.
weapons on their own citizens in the Middle East that we had no interest in? Wasn't that one of the reasons why we went after Gaddafi was claims of torturing people, locking them up in prisons?
No, we said.
Why is it that
the
we went
reason
to
why?
why is it that we went to when we went to depose Gaddafi, why is it that even China abstained from voting against U.S. involvement in that? Because they knew that Gaddafi was a fucked up person, and they knew that that country was being ran in fucked up ways.
China's not ran by fucked up people, and there's no other fucked up.
I'm just saying, China has the ability to enter, and everybody's saying don't do it. There's a reason why they
I want to
abstained.
hear that debate, but they are just arguing
We went into Libya.
so
We went into
hard.
Iraq because it's fucked up guys doing fucked up stuff. Are there
changed
any?
from the first.
They're arguing like so hard, guys. You guys are not fucking debating. Oh, I feel so stuffy this morning. I did cut grass yesterday. All right. So I think the hair is done. Well, I don't know. I might add some more highlights right there a little bit. But I did go into the braids. So we got that done. So now what's the next part? The table. Damn.
Are there any leaders? Are there any leaders doing fucked up stuff in Africa and Latin America?
I think that generally the United States.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Okay,
There's
so
like 6
why?
ongoing
So
genocides.
where are the ground wars in Africa and Latin
No
America?
geostrategic interest, and I don't know if there are. I don't know if there are democracies there. I don't know if there are democracies
That's the
that we
original
feel like
point.
we're
What was the
supporting.
geostrategic interest in toppling Saddam Hussein in 2003?
That entire area, because of its location near Russia, I believe is of interest to the United
Because
States.
of it, so we invaded Iraq because of its location
I
near
didn't say we
Russia.
invaded. I didn't say we invaded Iraq.
See, this is why.
You want to answer the question?
This is why you want to
Answer it, please.
Okay, now there's no interruptions. Okay,
Let me answer.
let's hear it about Russia.
Answer
The
it,
reason
and
why
then-
we
Go,
invaded.
Sonic,
The reason why we invaded Iraq.
And then you can answer.
The reason why we invaded Iraq is because Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait with shitty pretext and used chemical warfare against the people of Kurdistan, the Kurds living in the north of Iraq. The reason why we have interest in Iraq is because of the location on the globe. So if you want to tell me why we're interested in Iraq, I can tell you that. If you want to tell me why we invaded, I can tell you that. Those are the two separate answers to that. Where were the Jews involved?
Well, wait.
Now
So
let
I
him- now let him respond.
want to follow on this a little bit. So you said, well, we invaded Iraq and Libya because even China realized that Gaddafi was a shitty guy. This is like Reddit talk. Gaddafi was a
Why?
total
Where did the first Gulf
fucking
War go?
asshole.
Nobody went
Gaddafi was a total freaking asshole. That's why we invaded. And I
Lots
said,
of people
okay,
tortured them.
well, interruptions. Can we get a check on that?
Oh, but we're hit the Gaddafi thing, and then please answer his question about the Iraq.
So I said, well, what about all the shitty people in Africa? What about all the shitty people in Latin America, terrorist groups? And he said, well, so really it's not about their shitty people, it's because they're shitty people and it was geostrategically important. I said, what's the geostrategic benefit? It's near Russia. Really? So let me get this straight. If we invaded Iraq and the geostrategic benefit is that it was near Russia, which look at a fucking map, why wouldn't we just go into Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia? Why wouldn't we go into Ukraine? Why wouldn't we accelerate Ukraine's membership in NATO? This is in 2003. Why would we make Ukraine a NATO member in 2003 when Putin had been in office for 3 years? Why invade Iraq? That was the
First of all-
geostrategic benefit.
Sure. First of all, we've already drafted nations that are literally bordering Russia into NATO. That's what we did with the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania.
yeah.
So we've already done that. In terms of reaching into countries that are more northern and eastern or from Iraq, my guess is going to be because we don't have any connection or reasonable way to support those countries. We just don't have.
What does that mean? We have no reasonable way to
As in
support
the
what country?
geographic locations of places like Turkey and Israel make them easier for long distance support rather than
Really?
places like Armenia, Azerbaijan.
So where's
Georgia.
Azerbaijan on a map? Do you know?
Northeast of Iraq?
It's east of Turkey.
Yes.
So it's right there. It's right there with Armenia. It's right there with Turkey. It's right there with Georgia. Georgia and Turkey are allies. Why wouldn't we just go for Azerbaijan?
Georgia already had Russian troops in the country.
And we couldn't have gone in there and repelled that in 2008.
Russian troops on the Russian border?
No,
You don't think we would do that?
that's what we're doing right now, dipshit. That's what we're doing right now. And it's 20 years later, and we're going to have an arms buildup.
The United States does not have military troops in Ukraine.
Yes, we do.
Wow.
No, they don't.
So naive.
No, they don't. Yes, we do.
Then why is Russia screaming
They're
at the
the
whole truck?
contractors.
If we had,
They are. They
No,
are.
we pivoted away from the first Gulf War.
That is amazing naivete on display right here.
Okay, because I see what's going on here. Basically, we're answering one question by bringing up examples, and those examples basically create a whole other conversation.
Well, no, they shouldn't, but it's because he can't answer that.
Well,
The
they
point
have
is
to
bring up,
answer-
I can bring up 10 different conflicts and say the Jews.
He's looking at
If
your
I
chat.
can bring up 10 different things and I say the Jews, and then I push on any one of those, and I was like,
to be fair, hold on, to be fair, both of you guys have done it. So, did you get to answer the first Gulf War thing? You
He
did?
doesn't have an answer.
We already went over
We
that.
didn't have an answer. We didn't go over
No,
it.
we did. I said it was pretextual. That's the answer.
Every war is pretextual.
Oh, finally, an admission. I agree.
Are you
right?
There's a reason for every war. They're not random.
Thank you
The
very
pretext
much.
was
I
them
agree.
invading Kuwait and using chemical warfare against the Kurdish
False
people.
pretext.
Oh, so that didn't happen. They didn't invade Kuwait. They didn't gas the Kurds.
Are you both comfortable with leaving the Gulf War and going to Conde?
No,
Hold on.
I want to continue with the Iraq war.
Yeah, now, because he did ask, because the two reasons you gave for Iraq was,
I can tell you, there's a
Russia.
general reason the United States will
Yeah.
support countries that are of geostrategic interest. That usually means next to important travel ways for trade.
Of course.
It could mean geographic location in relation to China or Russia.
Yeah.
And then there's a third reason, places that have somewhat tenable democracies.
Yeah.
Like that's an important thing. That's why we don't intervene so much in African countries, because we're worried that if we start shipping in a ton of weapons, shit will get fucked. In Iraq, we abandoned that strategy, and that was one of the reasons why the post-Iraq war, the second Gulf War, was such an unbelievable fucking shit show. Because we invaded the country, we dismantled the government, and we realized that was fucked, so we tried to build another government, and that was even more fucked, and arguably a lot of people we ended up shifting to Iraq went straight to fucking ISIS. So that was one of the bad things about that. Like,
Israeli,
about
okay,
Iraq.
let me ask
And
you this.
Afghanistan as well. Yes.
Let me ask you this, just so Nick can properly respond to the Iraq war. Sure. Are you saying that Israeli involvement had nothing to do with us going into Iraq?
That
involvement.
I'm sure that people from Israel were probably happy we did it. I'm sure there are Jewish people in the United States who are probably happy we did it, but I don't think the Jews made it happen. Like, I think if you delete Israel and you delete Jewish people, God willing for Nick, from the world, we're still probably going to
So you think we would have invaded regardless of
any Jewish
Okay,
influence,
what's your
yes.
response to that? He's saying Israel pretty much played no part in this.
Okay, well, I mean, I was about to respond to a lot of this. I would say in the first place, he said, well, we don't go to Africa because they can't build a democracy. As if Iraqis are any more democratic than fucking Africans. That's number one. Number two, he said, well, we wouldn't go to war in Africa because the weapons would just go everywhere. As though that's not exactly what's been happening in the Middle East for 40 years. That was happening before we even arrived. That was happening with the Soviets against the Mujahideen in 1979. It's been going on. So both of those are two arguments that are just crap.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, you disagree.
And
Okay.
so,
And
no,
what
but
about
he's right.
Iraq? Yeah.
And then about Jews in Iraq, he says, well, maybe there were Israelis that supported it. No. There were very powerful Zionist Jews that supported it. It was a number 2 in the DOD. It was a number 3 in the DOD. It was had a Near East policy in the National Security Council. These are the guys that put together. And by the way, it's not like I'm just listing people that were in the government. They specifically created. No, I'm about to answer that. They specifically created the Office of Special Plans. The Office of Special Plans is where all this phony intelligence about WMDs from Iraq was coming from. It was. It was not. The OSP was also requested by Cheney and Bush. You can look it up. I have looked it up. They went over that.
Let him finish his point. I'm going to go ahead and say it was phony. Let him just finish his point about the Office of Special.
So they contradicted the CIA. They contradicted American intelligence. They had Mossad people going in between all day long. Not only that, but these are all guys. I don't know how people can just pass this off as a coincidence. All these guys that I'm talking about in the government were 10 years prior writing a clean break memo that was literally commissioned by the Prime Minister of Israel. The Prime Minister of Israel said, hey guys, go write a memo about
Hey, we moving right along, bro.
the foreign policy playbook they wrote was this. First Iraq, then Syria.
The main book only has a little more lettering to do. There's this barcode and sales price sticker right there. I ain't gonna lie, I might not put that on there, bro. I don't think that adds to the piece any. I'm not gonna do that. Alexander Starr Nelson, and then their whole names here, Kwame Alexander and Kadir Nelson, is at the top here. So it's not a lot of lettering left. I was gonna work on the wood grain on the table, but I might just, oh, you can see a little bit of the title right there. But if I put the letters on this book, then that shit is done too. I might add some more highlights on some of the faces, but I doubt it. I don't know, man. I might not fuck with them little teeny faces anymore. But yeah, I might go ahead and draft the letters here and draft the letters there and see how that looks. If I do that, then I say, oh, shit, that part might be done. I think the figure is done. I'm gonna add a little more white paint to her ring, but other than that, I think she's done. The background is done. This couch is mostly done. I'm gonna hit some white here, letter this book, and then start lettering these books on the table. So let me fix a cup of coffee. I'm gonna come back and get a pencil. And we're gonna letter that book. Drop down to here. Man, will this shit be finished before next weekend? I'm just saying. So close, bro. So close.
Imagine waking up one day to discover that most people around you no longer question anything, that the world has become so loud, so fast, and so saturated with information that the human mind, once a powerful tool for inquiry, discernment, and growth, has dulled into passive acceptance. Think about that. What happens to a society where critical thinking vanishes, where the ability to reason, challenge, and reflect is replaced by instant reactions, surface-level opinions, and collective echo chambers? In this video, we are going to uncover the disturbing truth behind the disappearance of critical thinking and the dangerous rise of what some philosophers now call collective stupidity, a phenomenon where masses of people adopt shallow thinking, blindly accept narratives, and surrender their intellectual independence without even realizing it. And at the end of this journey, we will uncover the most powerful and urgent truth of all, one that could determine whether we reclaim our minds or lose them entirely to a system designed to keep us comfortably numb. But before we dive deep, take a moment to subscribe to the channel, leave your like and share your thoughts in the comments. The content you're about to experience may challenge your perceptions and even shake the very foundations of how you see the world. Share this with those who dare to think and who still believe that truth is something worth seeking. Let's begin with an uncomfortable truth. Thinking is hard, and in today's world, it's often discouraged. The modern environment doesn't reward contemplation. It rewards speed, emotional response, and conformity. And this isn't by accident. From algorithms that feed you only what you want to hear, to educational systems that prioritize memorization over exploration, society is actively conditioning us away from critical thought. The philosopher Noam Chomsky warned us about this decades ago. In his analysis of media and propaganda, he explained how power structures rely on what he called the manufacturing of consent. In other words, when people are trained to consume without questioning, to agree without understanding, they become easy to manage and even easier to deceive. Critical thinking, once considered a fundamental human skill, is now seen as inconvenient. It gets in the way of outrage culture. It slows down online debates. It challenges ideologies. It dares to ask, but is this really true? And in a world obsessed with being right, simply asking that question is seen as dangerous. But how did we get here? The problem runs deep. One of the key drivers is the information overload we all experience daily. According to neuroscientist Daniel Levitin, the average person today processes 5 times more information per day than they did just a few decades ago. We are bombarded with notifications, messages, breaking news, opinions, ads, and updates every waking moment. Our minds were not built for this kind of input. When the brain is overwhelmed, it shortcuts. It starts to rely on mental habits, cognitive biases, and groupthink to navigate complexity. Rather than evaluate ideas critically, it looks for cues from others, especially from peers, influencers, or perceived authorities. This is called social proof, and while it's a natural survival mechanism, it can be easily manipulated. Think of how often you've seen an online post with thousands of likes and comments, and assumed it must be true or important. That's not reason speaking, that's a psychological shortcut, and it's one of the reasons collective stupidity spreads so easily. Not because people are unintelligent, but because they're being conditioned to follow signals instead of reason. Another disturbing trend is the decline of reading, especially deep reading. Neuroscientist Marianne Wolf describes how our brains are being rewired by digital media. We now skim more, jump between tabs, and struggle to maintain focus on longer texts. But here's the catch. Critical thinking requires sustained attention. You cannot analyze, reflect, or truly understand if your attention span is constantly fractured. Ask yourself, when was the last time you read an entire article without checking your phone? When was the last time you paused after hearing something provocative to think rather than react? These small habits, once common, are vanishing. The late Carl Sagan, one of the great minds of the 20th century, once warned, "We live in a society exquisitely dependent on science and technology, in which hardly anyone knows anything about science and technology." His concern was not just ignorance, but the erosion of the ability to think critically about the systems we depend on. In a world full of opinions, hot takes, and ideological warfare, the greatest rebellion is the quiet act of thinking clearly. But the problem isn't just technological or educational, it's also emotional. Critical thinking is uncomfortable. It forces us to admit that we don't know everything. It challenges our egos. It can lead us into cognitive dissonance, where our cherished beliefs clash with new evidence. And in a culture that values certainty, confidence, and identity above all, this is deeply threatening. So instead of thinking, we defend, we retreat into our tribes, we repeat mantras, we cancel, we avoid, we memorize slogans instead of engaging in dialectic, the kind of honest Socratic dialogue that has powered philosophical evolution for millennia. What we are witnessing now is not just a decline in thinking, it's a social shift toward mental laziness. And yet, the consequences are devastating, because when people stop thinking, they stop questioning. And when people stop questioning, they become vulnerable to manipulation, to propaganda, to fear. And the question we must all ask is this: who benefits when a population no longer thinks for itself? Stay with me, because what comes next will uncover just how deeply these forces are woven into our daily lives, and why reclaiming our capacity to think is not just a personal task, but a moral responsibility. To understand the roots of this collective decline, we must look beyond the surface and trace how certain systems have evolved, not to nurture critical thought, but to suppress it. Let's begin with the education system. John Taylor Gatto, an award-winning teacher and outspoken critic of traditional schooling, argued that modern education does not exist to create independent thinkers. In his words, the truth is that schools don't really teach anything except how to obey orders. Gatto claimed that compulsory schooling was designed during the industrial age not to enlighten students, but to prepare them for factory life, predictable, obedient, and non-disruptive. Think about that. Instead of teaching how to think, we are taught what to think. From early ages, children are evaluated not on the originality or depth of their thoughts, but on their ability to memorize and regurgitate. Conformity is rewarded. Curiosity is often treated as a distraction, and over time the message becomes clear. Follow the rules, color inside the lines, and don't ask too many questions. This pattern doesn't end in school, it only intensifies in adult life.
That was pretty easy. Said the cat was having sleep. Stayed in the carrier the whole time.
Even in our friendships, we learn that speaking out, questioning consensus, or holding unpopular views can cost us. The fear of social exclusion, of being labeled difficult or controversial, is often enough to silence even our most pressing doubts. And so we
left my paint in the car.
Silence over time becomes complicity. The psychology.
I went to the craft store yesterday. I had a voucher that was about to run out. So it was a $15 voucher, and they had some shit that was on sale. So it was, the paints were buy one, get one half off. So I got two little small tubes of Gambling, and they were like $12.50 a piece. But once again, it was buy one, get one half off, and I had a $15 voucher. So I wound up paying like $3 and some change for like $24 worth of paint. I love it. I love deals like that. But I think I left that shit in the car yesterday. I got some orange and something else. Blue, I think. Oh, damn. Your father still drives by himself? Fuck. Damn.
Resultado de la luz se rompe. Yo, nada, vamos de mañana. Resultado de la luz se rompe. Yo, nada, vamos de mañana.
Check out these in
I love skincare, but with a black eye.
I don't think she's a good listener. Anyway, oh my god.
I can't deal with people.
I was trying to see if you had a boyfriend. And also, could you give me a ride? It's cold, and I ain't got a car. But I got a job, though. But I ain't good at managing money, so I ain't got shit saved. But I can spend it on you when I do need it, because shit, I'm going to spend it anyway. I live down there in Somerville. It's about like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Right now, I stay with my girlfriend, but she ain't got to know about us. You got a boyfriend? I can't fight. I got a gun, but I'm scared to shoot it, but I keep it loaded.
Bye. Bye.
What the fuck?
Since they happen, me to go some I don't feel try. You saw why I go enter this. You go enter this.
I was trying to see if you had a boyfriend. And also, could you give me a ride? It's cold, and I ain't got a car. But I got a job, though. But I ain't good at managing money, so I ain't got shit saved. But I can spend it on you when I do need it, because shit, I'm going to spend it anyway. I live down there in Somerville.
Oh my god.
She believes in equality, unless you bring up the military draft. Accountability is her kryptonite. Therapists call her a walking gold mine. She thinks sleeping with dozens of men empowers her, and even the men she sleeps with agree. She shouts her abortions, and let's just say she shouts a lot. She's a happiness coach, even though she's miserable. She was taught there's over 70 genders in college, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars to learn. She self-diagnoses and likes telling everyone about it. She hates when men objectify women's bodies.
It's 100%, boy.
You look like your pronouns are? No, because that would be disrespectful. So my pronouns are Z, Zer, Zer, Zers, and Zerself, or you can just call me Teacher Darren.
Isn't it kind of disrespectful to like put stuff in our faces and into our heads that we don't necessarily want to align with or learn?
No, it wouldn't be, because that's the way the world works. So even though it's something that you don't identify as,
Not the whole world.
well, even
That's
though,
more so just like the USA, more so like
okay, well,
the world.
in the USA,
You said that's the way the world works. I'm just saying the whole world, like the USA is like 2% of the world. There's so many other continents and countries that don't want to, instill this into their youth.
okay, well, let's start by doing it in this classroom with Teacher Darren.
Mrs. Darren.
Teacher Darren. Yes, in the back.
So I'm gonna do my best with the Z-Zer stuff in the classroom, but if I were to use that in front of my parents, they're gonna get really mad. So is it okay by you if I call you like she, her behind your back?
No, it is not. You could just call me Teacher Darren to your parents and refer as my teacher Darren.
But they're gonna ask why I'm not calling you Mr. Darren or Miss Darren. They're gonna be like, what do you mean Teacher Darren? I've never
Well,
heard
that's something you can educate your parents on. See how I'm educating you and we try to pass it down the vine?
So you're pretty much giving
Yes, in
us.
the front.
I don't know, you don't know my mom or dad. If I told them this, they'd probably come up here and you probably want to die.
Oh, I don't believe that's the case. These are my pronouns and that's the way the world is working.
Is this part of the curriculum now, or is this something you want to personally teach us?
You look like your pronouns are?
No, because that would be disrespectful. So my pronouns are Z, Zer, Zer, Zers, and Zerself.
This shit is done. This shit is a wrap, people. The fucking kids don't even want this shit no more. That generation of the Zers, y'all fucking done, son. Get that shit the fuck out of here. You can refer to me as Teacher Darren. Teacher Darren, bitch. You a bitch. You got a pussy between your legs, ma'am? Talking about a fucking Zim. I'm zer you right in your fucking cooch, bitch. I'm gonna zer you right in the cooch. Dumbass. The kids was like, I'm gonna call you she behind your back. No. Yeah, bitch. If I tell my parents this shit, they gonna come up here. You probably won't have a job. Yeah, because those are my pronouns. I hate these motherfuckers. I don't hate them, but it's just like, once again, even the kids know you can't make me. That's all. You can't make me say that shit. I don't want to say that shit. You can't make me call you fucking whatever. You supposed to be my damn teacher. And is this part of the curriculum, or is this just something you trying to force on us? Well, this is just the way the world works now. You so happy the world is like that, or your worldview. You so happy your worldview is like that. Fucked up actually. Is what your worldview is. Is that too low? I can't even see that line. God damn it. I'm forced to stand up. Say Pop still got it in him. All right. I'm gonna have to put it there. letter should be taller? I don't know. Fuck, dude. Yeah. Mhm. Man, this coffee hitting the spot right now. All right, we're gonna need a little bit of teal. I think I'm gonna just do this right here since it's already on the side. I mean, why flip it back, then flip it back, and then flip it back, then just to flip it back. All right. I might actually. Let's see if we can lift this a little bit right there. All right. I might need my stick too. Damn it. Let's see. Nah, feels a little better. Man, I got the fucking tiny brush game, broski. Tiny brush game. I am so stuffy this morning. I hate it. Yeah.
This is the car I drove for 8 years, but as long as there are friends to sit in my car, I'll say that this car and this.
You know, whenever you're exposed to advertising in this country, you realize all over again that America's leading industry is still the manufacture, distribution, packaging, and marketing of bullshit. High quality bullshit, world-class designer bullshit, to be sure. Hospital-tested, clinically proven bullshit, but bullshit nonetheless. And it always amuses me that so many people seem to think that bullshit only comes from certain sources. You know, advertising, politicians, salesmen. Not true. Bullshit is everywhere. Bullshit is rampant. Parents are full of shit. Teachers are full of shit. Clergymen are full of shit. Law enforcement people are full of shit. The entire country is completely full of shit. In fact, this country was founded by a group of slave owners who told us that all men are created equal. That is what's known as being stunningly full of shit. And you know, I think, and I think people show their ignorance when they say they want politicians to be honest. What are these people talking about? If honesty was suddenly introduced into politics, it would throw everything off. The whole system would collapse. And I think deep down the American people know that. The American people like their bullshit out front, where they can get a good, strong whiff of it. That's why they reelected Clinton. Listen, Clinton might be full of shit, but he lets you know it. Dole tried to hide it. I'm an honest man. Bullshit. Bullshit. People don't believe that shit. Clinton said, hi, I'm full of shit, and how do you like that? And the people said, at least he's honest. At least he's honest about being full of shit. It's like the business world. All businessmen are completely full of shit. Just the worst kind of people you could ever want to run into. Businessmen. And the proof of it is, they don't even trust each other. They don't trust each other. When a businessman is negotiating a deal, the first thing he does is to automatically assume that the other guy is a complete lying prick who's trying to fuck him on the deal. So he has to do everything he can to fuck the other guy a little bit harder and a little bit faster. And then, when it comes to dealing with customers, that's when you get the big smile. That's when you get the big smile. Businessman always has that big smile on his face as he carefully positions himself directly behind the customer and unzips his pants and services the account. We specialize in customer service. You heard that? Now you know what it means. Whoever coined the phrase, let the buyer beware, was probably bleeding from the asshole. Advertising sells you things you don't need and can't afford that are overpriced and don't work. And they do it by exploiting your fears and insecurities. And if you don't have any, they'll be glad to give you a few by showing you a nice picture of a woman with big tits. That's the essence of advertising. Big tits. Threateningly big tits. And speaking of big tits, what about show business? Show business, completely dishonest, corrupt, and full of shit, but in a nice way. Plenty of expensive drugs and perverted sex. If you're going to be full of shit, might as well enjoy your work. Then you have the media. Not just the news media, let's include them all. The media are almost literally exploding with bullshit because they're located right at the crossroads of all the other bullshit. The media are made up of equal parts advertising, politics, business, public relations, and show business. These people are sitting right at bullshit junction. There's enough bullshit in the media for Texas to open a branch office. And you still have enough left over to start 2 law firms and a Christian bookstore.
Damn.
Because folks, I gotta tell you, when it comes to bullshit, truly major league bullshit, you have to stand back in awe of the all-time heavyweight champion of false promises and exaggerated claims, religion. Organized religion. It's no contest. Religion easily has the best bullshit story of all time. Think about it. Religion has convinced people that there's an invisible man living in the sky who watches everything you do every minute of every day. And the invisible man has a list of 10 specific things he doesn't want you to do. And if you do any of these things, he will send you to a special place. of burning and fire and smoke and torture and anguish for you to live forever and suffer and burn and scream until the end of time. But he loves you. He loves you.
This week I asked 3 of my entrepreneur friends, if you could build any AI agent to make your life easier, what would it do?
A new bombshell that creates AI agents for her friends enters the villa.
Jason's a personal trainer, and he sent me a voice note saying,
Yeah, I hate preparing taxes. Anything that could, like,
I need an AI agent to constantly keep my website updated. Take content from my my social media posts and transfer that content to my website with quick little blurbs and invites to the live streams. I need a agent that does that. Then my life would be complete. Oh yeah.
He loves you and he needs money. He always needs money. He's all powerful, all present, all knowing, and all wise. Just can't handle money. Religion takes in billions and billions of dollars. They pay no taxes, and somehow they always need money. You talk about a good bullshit story. If I maybe committed a small pun, holy shit. Holy shit.
I had a sentence a little while ago with it. It's not a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise that rich white men don't care about poor black people, period. So they're not high on the list. They're not high on the list. Sure. They're not high. They're not. I don't care if you love me or not. They're not high on the subconscious or the subconscious list of those people who are in charge of things in this country. The owners, forget these foolish elections. The owners of this country don't care about the poor in general.
The owners of
and they
this
don't care
country,
about
what are we going? Wait, is this Karl Marx talking to me? The owners of this country are the voters of this country.
You're wrong about that, my friend.
Aren't the owners of this country the voters in this country who elected George Bush?
Not. Listen, politics, these elections are a charade. It is a charade.
Okay.
It is, they are meant to. I'll tell you, listen, just listen for a minute. Learn a little something. The elections and politicians are in place in order to give Americans the illusion that they have freedom of choice. You don't really have choice in this country.
Well, and let me ask you this about the looting. Would you agree that there was 2 kinds of looting? That there was the kind where people were desperate because they were starving and maybe were taking food out of the store. And then there were some people who were taking stereo equipment. Yeah. Would you agree that there was 2 kinds of looting? people were walking away with television sets. Hey, would you agree that there was those 2 kinds of looting? Yes. Okay. Well, then is it not wrong for the president to issue an ultimatum that there was 0 tolerance and thereby encourage his right-wing flacks in the liberal media to go ahead and say this gives us license to suggest that we shoot people on sight, as if in the middle of this crisis where so many people are dying already, what we need to do is shoot Tyrone because he's getting out of Circuit City with some soggy tweeters. And I think Tyrone always had soggy tweeters.
I have an addendum to that. The real looting in this country takes place in the transfer of the wealth from the poor to the rich. I'm sorry that you don't like class and the truth, my friend, but you're just stuck with it. Class is right. And the poor have been systematically looted in this country. The rich have been made richer under this criminal, fascist president and his government.
George, I think you know what fascism is. You know what fascism is?
Yeah.
Nazis are.
No, wait, sir, wait, sir. When fascism comes to America, it will not be in brown and black shirts. It will not be with jackboots. It will be Nike sneakers and smiley shirts. Smiley. The fascism. Germany lost the Second World War. Fascism won it. Believe me, my friend.
Fascism is when corporations become the government.
Yes.
And that's sort of what we have. And poverty has gone up. So 17.
Get this straight. George, you think that looting is looting okay if there's no hurricane?
First of all, property.
You break into
but
tweeters whenever you want.
We're talking
I have no problem with theft. May I be honest?
No problem.
I have no problem with theft. True.
But wait a second. We're talking looting. We're not saying, this reminds me of the OJ situation. It wasn't that OJ was innocent. We all knew he killed his wife. Okay. It's not that looting is good. We all know looting is bad. It's the priorities. It's the fact that white people obsessed on one black guy getting away with a crime once, when it had worked in reverse 1 billion times more. The same way they're obsessing about a few people getting away in the middle of this much bigger crisis. It's a matter of what's proportional. I think that's what we're saying about looting. No one is defending looting. Well, when you say, I don't care what that is always what these kind of commentators say. I don't care what their race is, as if things were even to begin with. Bill O'Reilly and his ilk are saying things like, you know what? If you just would have gotten an education, you wouldn't be in this situation. As if it's easy to get an education in situations where there's so much segregation.
Bill, I completely agree with you on that.
I would have been out here a little bit sooner, but they gave me the wrong dressing room, and I couldn't find any place to put my stuff. And I don't know how you are, but I need a place to put my stuff. So that's what I've been doing back there, just trying to find a place for my stuff. You know how important that is. That's the whole meaning of life, isn't it? Trying to find a place for your stuff. That's all your house is. Your house is just a place for your stuff. If you didn't have so much goddamn stuff, you wouldn't need a house. You could just walk around all the time. That's all your house is. It's a pile of stuff with a cover on it. You see that when you take off on an airplane and you look down and you see everybody's got a little pile of stuff. Everybody's got their own pile of stuff. And when you leave your stuff, you got to lock it up. Wouldn't want somebody to come by and take some of your stuff. They always take the good stuff. They don't bother with that crap you're saving. Ain't nobody interested in your 4th grade arithmetic papers. They're looking for the good stuff. That's all your house is. It's a place to keep your stuff while you go out and get more stuff. Now, sometimes you've got to move. You got to get a bigger house. Why? Too much stuff. You've got to move all your stuff. And maybe put some of your stuff in storage. Imagine that. There's a whole industry based on keeping an eye on your stuff. Enough about your stuff. Let's talk about other people's stuff. Did you ever notice when you go to somebody else's house, you never quite feel 100% at home? You know why? No room for your stuff. Somebody else's stuff is all over the place. And what awful stuff it is. Where did they get this stuff? And if you have to stay overnight at someone's house, unexpectedly, and they give you a little room to sleep in that they don't use that often, someone died in it 11 years ago, and they haven't moved any of his stuff. Well, wherever they give you to sleep, usually right near the bed, there's a dresser, and there's never any room on the dresser for your stuff. Someone else's shit is on the dresser. Have you noticed that their stuff is shit and your shit is stuff?
So you want to come to Penn State, with all the different campuses and majors that the school has to offer, sometimes it's hard to find the right fit at first. Let me show you a solution to the problem. Find Your Fit is a new quiz that helps students learn about Penn State and discover what the school offers through its various campuses and majors. The quiz asks questions about...
Now, sometimes you go on vacation, you gotta bring some of your stuff with you. You can't bring all your stuff. Just the stuff you really like. The stuff that fits you well that month. Let's say you're going to go to Honolulu. You're going to go all the way to Honolulu. You got to take 2 big bags of stuff. Plus your carry-on stuff, plus the stuff in your pockets. You get all the way to Honolulu and you get in your hotel room and you start to put away your stuff. That's the first thing you do in a hotel room is put away your stuff. I'll put some stuff in here, put some stuff down there. Here's another place for some stuff here. I'll put some stuff over there. You put your stuff over there. I'll put my stuff over here. Here's another place for some stuff. Hey, we got more places than we've got stuff. We're going to have to buy more stuff. Yeah.
and you put all your stuff away, and you know that you're thousands of miles from home, and you don't quite feel at ease, but you know that you must be okay because you do have some of your stuff with you. And you relax in Honolulu on that basis. That's when your friend from Maui calls and says, hey, why don't you come over to Maui for the weekend, spend a couple of nights over here? Oh, shit, no. Now what stuff do you bring? Right, you gotta bring an even smaller version of your stuff. Just enough stuff for a weekend on Maui. And you get over, and you're really spread out now. You've got shit all over the world. You've got stuff at home, stuff in storage, stuff in Honolulu, stuff in Maui, stuff in your pocket. Supply lines are getting longer and harder to maintain. But you get over to your friend's house in Maui and they give you a little place to sleep, and there's a little window ledge or some kind of a small shelf, and there's not much room on it, but it's okay because you don't have much stuff now. And you put what stuff you do have up there. You put your imported French toenail clippers, your odor readers with a 45-day guarantee, your cinnamon-flavored dental floss, and your Afrin 12-hour decongestant nasal spray. And you know you're a long way from home, you know that you must be okay because you do have your Afrin 12-hour decongestant nasal spray. And you relax in Maui on that basis. That's when your friend says, hey, I think tonight we'll go over the other side of the island and stay at my friend's house overnight. Oh, shit, no. No, what do you bring? Now you just bring the things you know you're gonna need. Money, keys, comb, wallet, lighter, hanky, pen, cigarettes, contraceptives, Vaseline, whips, chains, whistles, dildos, and a book. We lame white motherfuckers. Inauthentic, low-frequency, single-digit lame white motherfuckers. Especially these male movie stars who think they're blues artists. You ever see these guys? Don't you just want to puke in your soup with one of these fat, balding, overweight, overaged, out-of-shape, middle-aged male movie stars with sunglasses jumps on stage and starts blowing into a harmonica? It's a fucking sacrilege. In the first place, white people got no business playing the blues ever. At all, under any circumstances, ever. What the fuck do white people have to be blue about? Banana Republic ran out of khakis? Huh? The espresso machine is jammed? Hootie and the Blowfish are breaking up? Shit, white people ought to understand their job is to give people the blues, not to get them. And certainly not to sing or play them. Tell you a little secret about the blues. It's not enough to know which notes to play. You got to know why they need to be played. And another thing, I don't think white people should be trying to dance like blacks. Stop that. Stick to your faggoty polkas and waltzes.
What the fuck?
Country rhyme dancing shit that you do. And be yourself, be proud, be white, be lame, and get the fuck off the dance floor. Now, I thank you. Now, listen. Long as we're discussing minorities, I'd like to mention something about language. There are a couple of terms being used a lot these days by guilty white liberals. First one is happens to be. He happens to be black. I have a friend who happens to be black. Like it's a fucking accident, you know? Happens to be black. Yes, he happens to be black. Ah, yeah. He had two black parents? Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did. And they fucked. Oh, indeed they did. So where does the surprise part come in? I should think it would be more unusual if he just happened to be Scandinavian. And the other term is openly gay. They say he's openly gay. But that's the only minority they use that for. You know, you wouldn't say someone was openly black. Well, maybe James Brown. Louis Farrakhan is openly black. Colin Powell is not openly black.
Damn.
Colin Powell is openly white. He happens to be black.
Yo.
Bro, the level just started.
Yo.
We're already getting overrun. I gotta take these guys out and build this crossbow tower as fast as possible.
Colin Powell is openly white. He just happens to be black. Yo.
That should take care of things. Wait, never mind. More guys. I should have saw that coming.
Oh my God. Carlin pulled no fucking punches.
Thank you very much. Here are some more people with missing chromosomes who ought to be thrown screaming from a helicopter. Gun enthusiasts, you know? Oh yeah, I'm a gun enthusiast. Oh yeah, well I'm a blowjob enthusiast. You want to see me shoot? Cock this and I'll discharge a load for you. And I'm not against guns. I'm not one of those mindless Hollywood cocksuckers. I'm not against guns. I'm not against bullets. I'm not even against people shooting each other. Shit, shooting somebody's part of the American dream. I don't care who it is. Parents, teachers, kids, fuck them. Let them get shot. Doesn't bother me. But speaking of mindless Hollywood cocksuckers, before Charlton Heston became president of these dickless lunatics in the NRA, they had a different guy. He's still one of their major spokesmen. His name is Wayne LaPierre. What kind of a name for a gun nut is Wayne LaPierre? Doesn't it sound a little fruity to you? Hi, I'm Wayne. I'm a gun person. Bang, bang. You know what this prick's name ought to be? Biff Webster. Spud Crowley, a man's name, Chuck Steak. Rights. Boy, everyone in this country's always running around yammering about their fucking rights. I have a right, you have no right, we have a right, they don't have a right. Folks, I hate to spoil your fun, but there's no such thing as rights, okay? They're imaginary. We made them up, like the Boogeyman. The Three Little Pigs, Pinocchio, Mother Goose, shit like that. Rights are an idea. They're just imaginary. They're a cute idea. Cute. But that's all. Cute and fictional. But if you think you do have rights, let me ask you this. Where do they come from? People say, well, they come from God. They're God-given rights. Oh, fuck. Here we go again. The God excuse. The last refuge of a man with no answers and no argument. It came from God. Anything we can't describe must have come from God. Personally, folks, I believe that if your rights came from God, He would have given you the right to some food every day, and He would have given you the right to a roof over your head. God would have been looking out for you. God would have been looking out for you. You know that? He wouldn't have been worried about making sure you have a gun so you can get drunk on Sunday night and kill your girlfriend's parents. But let's say it's true. Let's say God gave us these rights. Why would He give us a certain number of rights? The Bill of Rights of this country has 10 stipulations, okay? 10 rights. And apparently God was doing sloppy work that week because we've had to amend the Bill of Rights an additional 17 times. So God forgot a couple of things like slavery. Just fucking slipped His mind. But let's say God gave us the original 10. He gave the British 13. The British Bill of Rights has 13 stipulations. The Germans have 29. The Belgians have 25. The Swedish have only 6. And some people in the world have no rights at all. What kind of a fucking goddamn God-given deal is that? No rights at all? Why would God give different people in different countries different numbers of different rights? Boredom? Amusement? Bad arithmetic? Do we find out at long last, after all this time, that God is weak in math skills? Doesn't sound like divine planning to me. Sounds more like human planning. Sounds more like one group trying to control another group. In other words, business as usual in America. Now, if you think you do have rights, one last assignment for you. Next time you're at the computer, get on the internet, go to Wikipedia. When you get to Wikipedia, in the search field for Wikipedia, I want you to type in Japanese Americans 1942, and you'll find out all about your precious fucking rights, okay? All right. You know about it. You know about it. Yeah. In 1942, there were 110,000 Japanese American citizens and good standing, law-abiding people who were thrown into internment camps simply because their parents were born in the wrong country. That's all they did wrong. They had no right to a lawyer, no right to a fair trial, no right to a jury of their peers, no right to due process of any kind. The only right they had, right this way, into the internment camps. Just when these American citizens needed their rights the most, their government took them away. And rights aren't rights if someone can take them away. They're privileges. That's all we've ever had in this country is a bill of temporary privileges. And if you read the news even badly, you know that every year the list gets shorter and shorter and shorter. Is it all standard? Yeah. Sooner or later, the people in this country are going to realize the government does not give a fuck about them. Government doesn't care about you or your children or your rights or your welfare or your safety. It simply doesn't give a fuck about you. It's interested in its own power. That's the only thing, keeping it and expanding it wherever possible. Personally, when it comes to rights, I think one of two things is true. I think either we have unlimited rights or we have no rights at all. Personally, I lean toward unlimited rights. I feel, for instance, I have the right to do anything I please. But if I do something you don't like, I think you have the right to kill me. So where you're going to find a fairer fucking deal than that? So the next time some asshole says to you, I have a right to my opinion, you say, oh yeah? Well, I have a right to my opinion. And my opinion is you have no right to your opinion. Then shoot the fuck and walk away.
And of course, the country is founded on the double standard. That's our history. We were founded on a very basic double standard. This country was founded by slave owners who wanted to be free. Am I right? A group of slave owners who wanted to be free. So they killed a lot of white English people in order to continue owning their black African people so they could wipe out the rest of the red Indian people and move west and steal the rest of the land from the brown Mexican people, giving them a place to take off and drop their nuclear weapons on the yellow Japanese people. You know what the motto?
Give us a color, we'll bomb it.
Be? You give us a color, we'll wipe it out.
We'll wipe it out.
We got it.
Challenging the standards of what comes in standard with the next generation gene.
So anyway, about 80 years after the Constitution is ratified, 80 years later, the slaves are freed.
Not so you'd really notice it, of course.
Just sort of on paper. And that was, of course, during the Civil War. Now there's another phrase
Civil
I really
War.
love. That is a true oxymoron if I've ever heard one. Civil War. Do you think any country could really have a civil war? Say, pardon me. I'm awfully sorry. I'm awfully sorry.
Not important to get children to read. Children who want to read are going to read. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read. Children should be taught to question everything. To question everything they read, everything they hear. Children should be taught to question authority. Parents never teach their children to question authority because parents are authority figures themselves and they don't want to undermine their own bullshit inside the household. So they stroke the kid, and the kid strokes them, and they all stroke each other, and they all grow up all fucked up, and they come to shows like this. Kids have to be warned that there's bullshit coming down the road. That's the biggest thing you can do for a kid. Tell them what life in this country is about. It's about a whole lot of bullshit that needs to be detected and avoided. That's the best thing you can do. No one told me. No one told me a thing like that. I was never warned about any of this. I had to find all of it out for myself. And there are still, as with you probably, a lot of things that you're expected to believe and accept in America that I personally have a problem with, and I question a lot of these things. Give you an example. I saw a slogan on the guy's car that said, "Proud to be an American." And I thought, well, what the fuck does that mean? Proud to be an American. You see, I've never understood national pride. I've never understood ethnic pride. Because I'm Irish, and all four of my grandparents were born in Ireland, so I'm fully Irish. And when I was a kid, I would go to the St. Patrick's Day Parade. And I noticed that they sold a button that said, "Proud to be Irish." And I could never understand that because I knew that on Columbus Day, they sold a different button that said, "Proud to be Italian." Then came black pride and Puerto Rican pride. And I could never understand ethnic or national pride. Because to me, pride should be reserved for something you achieve or attain on your own, not something that happens by accident of birth. Being Irish... Being Irish isn't a skill. It's a fucking genetic accident. You wouldn't say, I'm proud to be 5'11". I'm proud to have a predisposition for colon cancer. So why the fuck would you be proud to be Irish or proud to be Italian or American or anything? If you're happy with it, that's fine. Do that. Put that on your car. Happy to be an American. Be happy. Don't be proud. Too much pride as it is. Pride goeth before a fall. Never forget Proverbs, okay? Now, here's another slogan. Here's another slogan you run into all the time. God bless America. Once again, respectfully, I say to myself, what the fuck does that mean? God bless America? Is that a request? Is that a demand? Is that a suggestion? Politicians say it at the end of every speech, as if it were some sort of verbal tic that they can't get rid of. God bless you and God bless America. God bless you and God bless America. I guess they figure if they leave it out, someone's going to think they're bad Americans. Let me tell you a little secret about God, folks. God does not give a flying fuck about America, okay? He never cared about this country. He never has, he never will. He doesn't care about this country any more than he cares about Mongolia, Transylvania, Pittsburgh, the Suez Canal, or the North Pole. He simply doesn't care, okay? He doesn't care. Listen, look, there are 200 countries in the world now. Do these people honestly think that God is sitting around picking out his favorites? Why would he do that? Why would God have a favorite country? And why would it be America out of all the countries? Because we have the most money? Because he likes our national anthem? Maybe it's because he heard we have 18 delicious flavors of classic rice-a-roni. It's delusional thinking. It's delusional thinking. And Americans are not alone with these sort of delusions. Military cemeteries around the world are packed with brainwashed, dead soldiers who are convinced God was on their side. America prays for God to destroy our enemies. Our enemies pray for God to destroy us. Somebody's going to be disappointed. Somebody's wasting their fucking time. Could it be everyone?
That looks pretty good.
What's the point in getting super hard down there if you're not even in the mood for sex?
Yeah, actually, I guess that does kind of make sense.
That's because the other ED meds, they don't do anything for that.
But you're saying this one does?
Thank you. How you doing? Hey, nice to see you. Listen, I'm here to exploit this war. I'm here to exploit this war. War is good for business. Just take a look at the stock market. So I'm here to exploit it just like everybody else in this country. Best thing about this war, it's on every channel. And every channel has a slightly different war. Do you notice that? If you don't like the way it's going on channel 2, try channel 9. Maybe your side is winning over there. And the ratings are good. The ratings are good for the war. We like war. We're good at it. We're a warlike people. This country is only 200 years old, and we average a major war every 20 years. 200 years old, 10 wars. Do the arithmetic yourself. We are a warlike people. We are perfect children of Europe. We're fort builders, land grabbers, and bomb throwers, folks. We're not happy. We're not happy unless we're dropping bombs on some helpless civilian population that has no argument with us whatsoever. No argument with us whatsoever. We are bomb throwers. And when we're not dropping high explosives, on some small nation that only has a marginally effective air force, then we're declaring war on something at home. We love to declare war on something at home, don't we? Anything we don't like about ourselves, we have to declare war on it. We can't get rid of this war mentality from our public life. We got a war on poverty, war on crime, war on cancer, war on litter, war on drugs. Do you ever notice we don't have a war on homelessness? No war on homelessness. You know why? You know why? I'll tell you why, because there's no money in it. There's no money in that problem. Nobody stands to get rich off of that problem. You find the solution to homelessness where the businessmen and the politicians can steal a couple of $1 million each, you'll see the streets of America begin to clear up pretty fast. I'll give you a couple ideas. Listen.
I got a couple ideas for homelessness. First thing we ought to do, give the homeless their own magazine. Give them their own magazine. That's a sure sign of making it in this country. Every group in this country that makes it gets its own magazine. They got Working Mother magazine, Black Entrepreneur magazine, Hispanic Business magazine. Any activity engaged in by more than 4 people in this country gets a magazine devoted to it. Dart throwing, backpacking, basket making, boating, hiking, walking. Walking! There's actually a magazine called Walking! Look, Dan, the new Walking is out. Here's a good article, putting one foot in front of the other. Give them their own magazine. Give them their own magazine. You know what you call it? Better crates and cartons. Then when they get finished reading it, they can use it to line their clothing. Well, that's the kind of answer you'd get from a conservative American businessman. He'd say, yeah, let them read it. When they get finished reading it, they can use it to plug up the holes in them piano crates they live in. A good, practical, sound American business conservative solution. I'll give you an idea about homelessness. First thing you got to do is change the name. It's not homelessness. It's houselessness. These people need houses. A home is an abstract idea. It has to do with a setting, a state of mind. These people need physical, tangible structures. Low-cost housing. But where are you going to put it? Nobody wants you to build low-cost housing near their house. They don't want it near them. We got a thing in this country called NIMBY. N-I-M-B-Y. Not in my backyard. That's what they call it. People don't want anything near them, especially if it might help somebody else. They don't want any kind of social help located near them. You try to open up a halfway house. You try to open up a drug rehab center. You try to open up a little place where some retarded people want to work their way into the community. People say, not in my backyard. They don't want it near them, especially if it might help somebody else. It's part of the great American spirit of generosity. You can ask the American Indians all about the great American spirit of generosity. If you need current information, try a black family. They'll help you figure out the great American generous spirit. These days we call it 1,000 points of light. People don't want anything near them, even if it's something they believe in, something they think society needs, like prisons. Everybody wants more prisons. Everybody wants that. That's the new answer to all of our problems. Lock a lot of people up. People say, build more prisons, but not here. Well, why not? What's the problem? What would be wrong with having a prison in your neighborhood? It would seem to me like it would make it a pretty crime-free area, don't you think? You think a lot of crackheads and pimps and street criminals are going to be hanging around in front of a prison? No way, they're gone. What's wrong with these people?
Shit, I ain't must stick again. All right.
You know, the prisoners are locked up, the criminals are behind the walls, and if a couple of them do break out, what are you going to do? Hang around? Check real estate? No way! They're gone! The whole idea of breaking out of prison is to get as far away as you possibly can. Not in my backyard. Well, I got an idea where we can put some low-cost housing. Golf courses. This is just what we need. Golf courses. Plenty of good land. Plenty of good land in nice neighborhoods, land that's devoted now to a meaningless, mindless activity engaged in primarily by white, well-to-do male businessmen who use the game to make deals to get together to carve the country up a little finer among themselves. Golf is an arrogant, elitist game, and it takes up entirely too much room in this country. Entirely too much room. Listen to me. You know how much room it takes up? 17,000 golf courses, about 150 acres each. That's 3 million acres. That's 4,800 square miles. 2 Rhode Islands and a Delaware. You could build for the homeless on the land that's currently devoted to this meaningless, mindless, arrogant, elitist, racist game. Racist game. Racist game. I say it's time to reclaim that valuable land from the wealthy and turn it over to the homeless. You see, I have solutions. You know the only problem? No one ever calls. Rarely get a call from Congress or a think tank. Thank you all for listening. Good night.
Get unlimited overnight RV stays with no camping fee at 9,500 locations across North America. Stay at farms, vineyards, breweries, and more unique spots that even have hookups. Plus, get up to 50% off over 1,500 campgrounds. Save 20% on membership today.
They don't call me the BOGO King for no reason. I get my bang for my buck, which is why I was all over Mint Mobile's new customer offer. $15 a month for the first 3 months for new customers. It's It just makes sense. Switching my plan took 15 minutes, and I'm on the nation's largest 5G network. Yeah, the math is math. I wouldn't say there's a rush to switching to Mint Mobile, but hurry up.
Here's another pack of low-grade morons who ought to be locked into portable toilets and set on fire. These people with bumper stickers that say, "We are the proud parents of an honor student at the Franklin School." You know? Or the Midvale Academy, or whatever other innocent-sounding name has been assigned to the indoctrination center, where their child has been sent to be stripped of his individuality and turned into an obedient, soul-dead, conformist member of the American consumer culture. Proud parents. What kind of empty people need to validate themselves through the achievements of their children? I'd like to have to live with a couple of these misfits. How's that science project coming along, Justin? Fuck you, Dad. You simple-minded prick. Mind your own business and pass the Cheerios. Here's a bumper sticker I'd like to see. We are the proud parents of a child whose self-esteem is sufficient that he doesn't need us promoting his minor scholastic achievements on the back of our car. Or, we are the proud parents of a child who has resisted his teacher's attempts to break his spirit and bend him to the will of his corporate masters. Just be a nice little for change, you know?
Thank you. This is the best news show ever. I told that to one of your producers, and I want you to know that. I've seen them all, and it's just, especially the first 35 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
It's just unparalleled.
I got bad news. Between you and I, we got 6 minutes to completely screw that into the ground.
Okay, that's good.
Dumbledore,
yes.
Jerry Falwell, Tinky Winky. I'm missing something, and why gay, non-existent characters are so important.
Don't these professional Christians have something to do during the day? I mean, didn't Jesus leave instructions how to plan your day, something constructive? Didn't he kind of help people? Didn't he, look out for the afflicted, to use half of A.J. Ludwig's quote, to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable to complete it? It just seems that they get off on these tangents, and of course the homosexuality and the reading of science fiction, such as the Bible, and giving it the standard of truth. I mean, it would be cartoonish if it weren't, dangerous to some people.
All right, and leading people to establish theocracies and go to war and all the rest of that.
Yeah, and instilling guilt and shame and fear in people.
There's a Republican poll out that says that Stephen Colbert is 5th among Democrats. They surveyed 1,000 people who, I don't know, like Republicans or whatever the polling was. But is there a period of time, have we gotten there? Because Mencken predicted that eventually we'd actually elect the dumbest guy in America. Are we going to someday elect a satirical president, a guy who really has no intention of he's doing it as a sales tool for something else?
Well, we're working on that. I mean, we did elect something of that nature in 2000 and 2004, if you want to look at it from a long distance. If you're up close, it may not be that. I was around in 1960 when Professor Irwin Corey ran for president. And I was around in 1968 when Pat Paulson ran for president. And I think Larry Flint had a go at it there for a while. It's, why is he the 5th among Democrats? Doesn't he play a Republican on television?
Yeah, apparently he comes in 10th or 11th down there with Tom Tancredo. He's only got like 1% of the Republican, because he is, as Bob and Ray once posited, was the best way to try to get elected, run for both the Democratic and Republican nominations. You have 2 chances.
He's just a wonderful comic relief, and I hope he goes far, and I hope he can get a couple of primary states under his belt.
We really upset this thing. The reverse of Colbert, I want to play you this clip. It's Senator Arlen Specter and a story that he says his colleague's father used to tell. Play this thing.
This is the car I drove for 8 years, but as long as there are friends to sit in my car, I'll say that this car, and the same as new, this is because I have been using in this car maintenance wax. Like the car dashboard, leather seats, car interior is dirty, I will use it to spray and then wipe clean. The car will be renewed the same, whether from the gloss or texture or
All right, I gotta take a
Brother
bathroom
and
break.
I have sex almost every night. We almost have sex on Monday. We almost have sex on Tuesday.
I was, as odd as it is to see a Republican senator, even a fairly liberal one from Pennsylvania, standing there at the Improv.
Yes.
Is there something positive about this? Because, Nelson Rockefeller had made that joke 30 years ago. Not only would he have been out of the presidential race, he would have had to resign as governor of New York. Just anything that touchy. Is it better that we're letting these guys get up and have fun?
I liked Rockefeller because he gave the finger to the Republican convention, the conservatives in 1964. And then he died in the saddle, which I thought was a nice thing for the Republic, because he had his screw you money off and put away a long time before.
Yeah.
I think that's a great joke that Spectre told. I was waiting for Phil Spector. I wasn't sure. Either Spector might have been okay.
Yeah, well, Phil is no longer involved in the government, and not directly anyway. No. Now he's being pursued by the government. Right. I mentioned Bob and Ray; those were my heroes when I was a kid. At the height of Watergate, I got to interview them, and I said, why don't you do? Because they've gone after McCarthy in a limited way, but a very effective way. So why didn't you do more political humor? And Ray Goulding said, how could we make that funnier?
Yeah.
Do you feel that way about President Bush?
Well, I use the sledgehammer. I don't bother with the rapier on Bush, and I don't really do a lot of political humor. But I have some glancing blows in the current show that I'm developing. And one of them is the reference to him as Governor Bush, and the fact that I will always think of him, no matter where they hang his portrait, no matter where they put his statue. That's what he is. He's Governor Bush, because that's the last elected office he held legally in this country. So I like moving in and really hurting them.
Yeah.
I don't like this. Let's be cute and let's be clever. I like smashing them. That's the only way to take care of them.
The other day, and speaking of smashing things, I quoted in this newscast, first time in the newscast, the seven words can't say on television, the story of them, and the fact that everybody forgets that the first part of that story is the guy who had his phone tapped and would answer the phone, Lee Hoover.
Yeah.
We're back there. How did we get back to the same position that we were when you made that joke originally in the 70s?
You're talking about wiretapping and spying on people. Yeah. Well, I don't know that we ever really left. See, I don't think that Frank Church committee really did any good. I don't think all of these reforms, and I think power does what it wants. Power does what it wants. And now they're just more naked about it. Now they just put it right out front and say, this is what we're doing to you folks. It's, this country's finished. It's been sliding downhill a long time. And everybody's got a cell phone that makes pancakes, so they don't want to rock the boat.
We got a cell phone that makes pancakes.
In this country, no one questions things anymore. Seriously, that's what I love about your show. I mean, you bring the thing right to them, and that's the only way to do it.
If you got the platform and you're not doing something with it, you might as well have a trained monkey out here. The one and only George Carlin. The retrospective is called George Carlin, All My Stuff, on DVD. Go buy it. A pleasure having you.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
That's countdown for this, the 1,637th day since the declaration of mission accomplished in Iraq. Our coverage continues next with MSNBC Live with Dan Abrams. From New York, I'm Keith Olbermann. Good night and good luck.
I would defend to the death his right to do everything he does. The thing that I find unusual, and it's not a criticism so much, but his targets are underdogs. And comedy traditionally has picked on people in power, people who abuse their power. Women and gays and immigrants are kind of, to my way of thinking, underdogs. And, he ought to be careful because he's Jewish. And a lot of the people who want to pick on these kind of groups, the Jews are on that list a little further. You got women, gays, gypsies, blah, 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 and suddenly you find Jews. And
Suddenly Anderson.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously he should do what he wants. And
why does he get away with it, do you think?
Well,
He has never laughed at jokes about the
he's appealing. I think he's appealing largely. I think his core audience are young white males who are threatened by these groups. I think a lot of these guys aren't sure of their manhood because that's a problem when you're going in through adolescence. Could I be? I hope I'm not, but I am. And the women who assert themselves and are competent are a threat to these men. And so are immigrants in terms of jobs. And
so that's why we as an audience then will laugh.
You say we, I don't think you're
No.
But I think you're
collective we.
I think that's what is at the core of that experience that takes place in these arenas. Is a certain a sharing of anger and rage at these targets. And I'm sure Andrew isn't that angry at them. I'm sure he's playing it as a comic.
Yeah, George Carlin was the fucking man. I only have stand-up comedy from a few people, and he's one of them. So I got Jeff Foxworthy. You might be a redneck if. That shit is funny as hell. I got Eddie Murphy's stand up. I have Dave Chappelle at the Fillmore Theater, his stand up. And I have a George Carlin stand up on DVD. Like very few comedians I would like buy their stuff. Yeah, that Dave Chappelle shit, man. Some of those jokes, when I hear them, I laugh like I'm hearing it for the first time. Still, he tell me I dodge that shit like the Matrix. You know, a homeless man busting a nut on your forehead at 8 o'clock in the morning, that kind of fucked your day up. He told me I had to tell him something. That's not how you get AIDS. I don't know, but I just had to tell him something to calm him down. So funny.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important. Shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel.
Have sometimes, whether you have or not, and I think probably you have sometimes it seemed to me been preaching hate to meet hate. I don't advocate any kind of hate. There's a lot of talk that sounds very much like it. No, I think that the guilt complex of the American white man is so profound until when you begin to analyze the real condition of the black man in America, instead of the American white man eliminating the causes that create that condition, he tries to cover it up by accusing his accusers.
This is an interview they buried behind decades of slogans, textbooks, and whitewashed documentaries. One where Malcolm X didn't just criticize America, he accused it. He didn't call the United States racist, he called it criminal. In this interview, calm, clear, and precise, Malcolm lays out what no one else dared to say out loud, that what was happening to Black Americans wasn't a civil rights issue. It was a human rights crime. But to what extent did he go that made them delete the interview? Let's get into it.
We believe that our problem is one not a violation of civil rights, but a violation of human rights. Not only are we denied the right to be a citizen in the United States, we're denied the right to be a human being.
To understand what Malcolm X exposed in this interview, you have to drop everything you've been taught about how America works. Every textbook, every speech, every pledge, all of it rests on one central illusion, that America was a good idea poisoned by bad individuals, that racism was a glitch, a few bad apples, a chapter, something we just had to evolve past. But that's not what Malcolm saw. What he describes, calmly without raising his voice, is something far more damning, that the entire system was built from the beginning to reduce Black people into a permanent underclass, not by accident, not by oversight, but by deliberate strategic design. This is not about slavery in the past. It's about how that same logic was repackaged after emancipation. Nations became prisons. The overseers became police. The chains became policies. From housing and education to voting and employment, every institution was structured to limit movement, limit growth, and limit visibility. Malcolm isn't shocked by inequality. He expects it. He's not surprised that Black Americans are poor, policed, and forgotten. He's saying that's the point. That's how the system knows it's working. What makes this interview so devastating is that he's not angry. He's analytical. He's a man laying out a diagram of oppression, like a mechanic showing you the blueprint of a machine that functions correctly, a machine that produces exactly what it was designed to, control. And here's the most dangerous part, the one that gets ignored in mainstream retellings of Malcolm's legacy. He doesn't blame individual racists. He doesn't waste time on people who use slurs or wave Confederate flags, because in his view, that's theater. The real problem isn't hatred, it's architecture. Nonviolence at its core is a powerful idea. It takes discipline, courage, and clarity of purpose. But in America, Malcolm saw something far more sinister taking shape. He saw nonviolence being transformed from a moral stance into a domestic public relations campaign. The United States didn't fear peace. It marketed it. It wrapped itself in it. As long as the resistance was quiet, controlled, and neatly televised, the system could keep functioning in the background, untouched. You could have marches. You could sing hymns. You could even get beaten in front of the cameras. Just don't ever cross the line into self-determination. This is what Malcolm understood better than anyone, that peace, when stripped of power, becomes performance. And performance is exactly what America needed to clean up its image while keeping its machinery running. Think about it. The government gives you a holiday for Martin Luther King, builds statues, names boulevards, but the very economic and political systems King fought against, still standing.
You would call people like Martin Luther King, who just got a Nobel Peace Prize, an Uncle Tom. Is this correct, first?
Well, I'd rather say that in the States, there's a law that has recently been passed, or a decision handed down by the court, wherein you call someone an Uncle Tom, they can sue you for libel.
Well,
so I never refer to them as Uncle Tom. I would say that Uncle Martin is my friend.
Uncle Martin is your friend, yet you would disagree with his approach to what he wants to accomplish.
Definitely. If his approach would bring about what the black man in America needs to completely eliminate the problem that we have, I would say well and good. But I very much doubt that anyone who adopts the approach that Martin Luther King has been teaching to our people in that country can point to any meaningful gains that has actually served to solve it.
Meet my new favorite ED solution that works 5 times faster than pills. Check out Rougiette Ready. This potent ED med enters your bloodstream directly under your tongue, not through your stomach. In less than 15 minutes, its 3-in-1 formula activates what standard pills ignore. It activates.
That's the trick Malcolm saw coming decades earlier. He warned.
Dude, just shut up and let the interview play. But you won't do that.
Journalists in there is because they don't want the world to see what they're doing to these people. Period. That's the reason, and everybody, including you, knows it. The problem here is that you're not allowed to tell the truth. You're Israel's lawyer, and you got to defend them no matter what. Natasha, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Sorry, I'm an independent
Does Israel have
member
nuclear
of the
weapons?
English bar.
Yes, that's a good
I'm not
question.
instructed.
Yes or no?
I'm
Yes
not
or no, Natasha?
instructed.
Do they have nuclear weapons?
Natasha?
Why do you think I would know any better than you, Chris?
You know the truth, and so you won't say it. Pierce, let me just say, it's disqualifying to this conversation. You're playing a different game than me and Pierce are. We are having a conversation about what's actually going on. You're a lawyer who's not allowed to incriminate your client, which is Israel, because you know the answer the same way Pierce knows it, the same way I know. Do they have nukes?
Plus, it wasn't about Israel. Why is everything that happens in the world the fault of Israel then?
This is such a blatant straw man. I didn't say everything in the world is the fault of Israel. I'm saying they were also guilty of this.
But why do you put an emphasis on that when George W. Bush and Tony Blair were using their bully pulpits to make this point to a far wider audience than some guy in the Middle East called Benjamin Netanyahu?
If you think that I am removing any of the blame from George W. Bush
That
or
sounds
Tony
like it.
Blair, I assure you you're wrong, and you don't know what you're talking about. I've been blasting them for years. They're war criminals who should be in the Hague.
I agree.
That is not the issue. We are talking specifically about the nation of Israel right now, so I'm talking about their responsibility. And why is it, by the way, that this is always a one-way street? You know, I hear all the hawks constantly being like, Iran said this, Iran threatened this. What about the threats in the other direction? We're doing this. This is a country that poses no threat to the United States of America. And if you guys want to try to hang on the fence here and go, hey, I'm not telling Americans what to do. I think Israel should do it on their own. But that's just a fantasy land. They're not doing it on their own. They're doing it with our weapons, with our intelligence.
You stopped me when you were being
You opened by saying that Pierce. You got interrupted when you said Pierce was running cover for Hamas by pointing out that Israel was going too far. Quiet. Let me. No, you didn't. Your point's not. Listen.
All right, let's talk over each other. Let Dave respond, and then you respond.
I listen to the garbage.
Let him respond, then you respond.
Let me get in there.
All right, stop talking.
Let me just save you all the time in this debate. You wanted to debate me because I'm so wrong about everything and I'm so influential, and you wanted to smack it down. It ain't gonna be you, lady. You're not the one who's gonna stop me. This is just ridiculous. Okay, I'll call you whatever. Oh, okay, good one. Oh yeah, you really smacked down my bad ideas. Anyway,
You're too stupid to realize how bad my ideas are.
That's the argument you got. Anyway, South African case that they brought to the International Court of Justice was like 90% just direct quotes from Israeli leaders. The prime minister himself referred to them as Amalek when talking to the military. You got the finance minister, the defense minister bragging about how nobody's getting any food for a 3-month period, bragging that not 1 ounce of grain will get into Gaza. I mean, I'm sorry, this is obviously terrorism. It borders on genocide. It's horrifically wrong. 25 years of my life. It's always like the propaganda keeps on moving and moving and moving. There's a lot of bluster about who the good guys and who the bad guys are. But when you start the program by asking a simple question like, what is the exit strategy here? What is the plan? No one really has anything. No one has anything other than maybe we could keep sending weapons and money in, and this slow grind of people dying will continue. And Vladimir Putin will then, at the end of that, take the territory he wants. Let's try to negotiate an end to this nightmare that never needed to happen.
Yeah, that's exactly what Neville Chamberlain thinks. I'll
Shut up. Just the dumbest, what are you, 80 IQ? Neville Chamberlain, that's right. Anybody ever arguing against war is always Neville Chamberlain. That is the one and only lesson of history, that appeasement never works and aggression is always right. Why don't you take
appeasement doesn't work with a dictator. You obviously don't know Vladimir Putin.
We appease dictators all over the planet right now. I just said something that I actually meant that I think was more than just surface level, and your response is with the dumbest slogan. We appease dictators all over the world. We overthrow democratically elected governments and prop up dictators. What are you even talking about?
Mr. Rachel, you take it obviously very personally, and that's your right to do so, of course. I'm just trying to make sure we're accurate.
What do you think I'm taking personally?
Just that, the American wars.
Sure, yeah. They've killed hundreds of thousands of people and cost my country $8 trillion and degraded my country very much.
And there's a very good argument to make on that. I'm still slightly bemused about this move from I'm an expert on this and I have views to I'm a comedian.
I've never claimed to be an expert on anything.
This is the problem, Joe. I mean, if somebody says
you have to claim to be an expert on something to have an opinion on something,
you don't have to be. You don't have to be.
So
this is like, I'm not a historian, but I'm pumping out history.
But wait a minute,
I'm not an expert. I'm talking all the time about
but
this.
You're not even talking about specifically on what he just said.
No, I'm saying this is my point about this. You say I'm not an expert.
So what's the solution? To not talk about it?
No, it's to have more experts around.
No, expert class haven't done a great job.
I know,
this is follow the science.
You know what? I agree with that. I just said to you, I agree with that. But one of the problems
during all of COVID, I will put my track record against any of the expert class on COVID. I'm glad to do that. So should I just shut up? Should I shut up by opposing lockdowns and opposing vaccine mandates and talk about the argument at the time? That's the entire argument that you're making. Let the experts handle this. You're not an expert. I'm just matters to people. The truth is that Democrats in New York City, including the Jewish ones, don't support what Israel's doing to Gaza. And for him to be asked in the debate about whether he would commit to visiting Israel or whether you believe in a two-state solution or a democratic one-state solution, and this stuff was just goofy. Mamdani ran a campaign very specifically targeting the unaffordability of New York City, which is the actual crisis, not who hollered intifada one time and what you mean by that.
Okay.
Who cares about this stuff? At least he's talking about real issues that people actually care about. And that's why he wasn't rejected by the people. He beat the former governor of the state who's born into political royalty as essentially a nobody.
Okay, I'm hearing just poo-poo incendiary rhetoric like globalized intifada because I know a lot of Jewish Americans who are offended by such language.
You're talking to one of them. I'm a Jewish New Yorker, and I promise you, it's fine.
Maybe it doesn't bother you, but I have Jewish friends who are bothered by that, especially given the escalating anti-Semitism around the country, not just in New York. I'm offended by it.
There's a real problem. There's a real problem with paranoia in the Jewish community. I'm well aware of it. I'm probably much better than you are. It's fine. Jews are doing fine. Where's Robin?
Like, come on, this is the thing. I asked you for like, what can we do now? And immediately it's back to the Iron Curtain.
Hold on. Hold on.
Here's what happened.
I'm sorry.
I just want to know in a modern.
I get. Actually, what happened was you made a long statement and ended with that question, and I said, let me answer that question, but first let me deal with what you said at the beginning of your statement, and then you started interrupting me. So no, it's not that I'm not willing to answer that question. It's that I had to point out, I think, a lot of the errors that you're making. Now, if you want just to say, what could we do right now? Well, look, we're going to have to be realists about this situation and admit that Ukraine is losing this war and that they're not going to drive Russia out of Crimea. That's a joke. They're not going to drive Russia out of many of the territories that they've taken right now. We should be working toward a deal, a peaceful solution, which has been on the table several times throughout this war, and it's been the West who has been trying to squash it.
Well, that's
what
not
we should do.
true at all,
Can
though.
somebody enlighten me how we occupied the land that never had a prime minister, never had a government, never had a currency, never had one person with historical ties to the land called Palestine?
Sure.
I just can't wrap my head around this occupation
Okay,
narrative.
well,
It
let
doesn't
me
exist.
see if I can help. So the reason why people aren't currently occupied or currently outraged about Egypt occupying Gaza or Jordan occupying the West Bank or something like that is because it's been over since 1967. So, like, yeah, if you want to go back historically, there were bad things that were done by lots of groups of people. However, since then, it's been the Israelis doing the occupation. That's not a narrative. That's just a description of reality. And as far as your point about, like, that there was never a currency or there was never an official state of Palestine, as I've said before, I just find this to be the most un-American, un-enlightenment way of looking at things. I mean, all
It's
you have to do is
irrelevant.
read
It's
the
just comparing
well, no, it's
facts.
not. No, it is completely irrelevant. And here's why it's irrelevant. Read the Declaration of Independence. That's all you need to do, and it will completely dispel you of that. The Declaration of Independence starts off right
Well, the
away.
Middle East is
Man
not
hold on,
America.
let me
I
just
wish
say
it
this.
was
Let me
a
just no, okay, fine, it's not, but these values transcend America. It's the idea of natural rights. Man is born free because these are God-given rights, and governments are just something we institute to protect our rights. And if the government isn't doing a good job of that, then the people have the right and maybe even the duty to overthrow that government. No offense, Pierce, you've had your wins too. This one was ours. All right, and I guess I am partly rejecting the premise of your question. Let me just say it like this, Charlie. If you're pro-life, and you say,
That's a stupid argument. You should not let Dave finish his sentence.
Shut up, bro. It's not. It's a stupid argument. It's a stupid argument. You haven't heard the argument. What's the argument that's stupid?
Dave, you don't pro-life. Guys,
You know what's the argument?
if Hamas said it's not
What's the
pro-life,
argument?
Josh,
What's called stupid? What's the argument?
This is what.
Hold on one second, Charlie.
People
What's the
like
argument that you?
not
Okay.
political watch,
What's
right?
the argument that you called
Why don't you
stupid?
finish it, Josh?
He doesn't even know what it is. He interrupted me before I even said it. Okay, here's the argument. If you're pro-life, it's not incumbent on you to have a plan for what the mother ought to do with the baby. Like, you don't have to have a plan for daycare and college funds and all that. You just say, hey, I think this option should be off the table. I don't think you have the right to murder the baby while it's inside of you. Likewise, I'm not saying I have to have the perfect plan. If we had more time, I could expand on what I think they should have done. But how about don't deny 1 ounce of grain for 3 months and then shoot at the poor people who are trying to get food?
Josh,
how about take that option off the table? Is that argument stupid, Josh?
Barbastos takes you to unexpected places.
We did everything from churches to breweries to farms
Airports.
to airports.
For RVers, if you're thinking about it, you definitely need to add this to your membership program.
Sign up for Harvest Toast today.
Now today, you sit there and go, yes, is Israel overreacting? Are they an occupying force? Well, I suppose they were right at the beginning, like when they were slaughtering these babies at the beginning, that was kind of okay, but I think they've taken it too far. I just see I see a real contradiction here in the empathy that you demand from other people for your group versus what's actually going on right now. And I will tell you this, and this is the truth. I think that 90% of the Holocaust denial that you see on Twitter today, or that you see people flirting with, not Daryl Cooper or Candace Owens, I'm talking about people who really deny the Holocaust. 90% of that is that they just resent that. They resent the idea that we have to forever, always like pay homage and respect to your group suffering, and yet we're not allowed to know what's going on today.
You recently debated Douglas Murray, as you mentioned, the British neoconservative journalist, Israel supporter, on Joe Rogan's podcast. You guys had this viral exchange in which Murray argued that you really shouldn't express opinions on Israel or the West Bank or Gaza since you've never visited those places. He said that he never comments on countries he's never been to, as a long-standing journalistic principle of his. So were you surprised to see him, Dave, writing a column in the New York Post last week on the topic of Iran, a country he's never been to, urging Donald Trump to attack Iran, a country he's never been to?
Where you come to debate the issue, and all they want to do is debate you and your character, and whether you're a hypocrite. And so every time I bring up a point, Douglas Murray would go, oh, look, a libertarian quoting the CIA. So his response would always be to go at me. But of course, if you just think about it, and Joe had asked me not to make it like that type of debate, so I was like, I'm just going to debate the issues while he can keep doing this. But look, Douglas Murray started writing books advocating for wars when he was like a 23-year-old. Yeah, I mean, it's like...
And then he said to you that you were being anti-Semitic by mentioning the word neoconservative, a topic he wrote an entire book about as a non-Jew.
I know. And then also claimed that I was like slippery and you couldn't pin me down, but yet he can write a book defending neoconservatism. And then when I bring up the word neoconservatism, he's like, whoa, what are we talking about here? Again, I like this. It's also kind of funny how they become the biggest caricature of like a woke leftist, like literally just shutting down an argument by screaming bigotry. The worst caricature of what they accuse the left of being for the last 20 years is what they become immediately when you point out their own track record. Political, because obviously laws and politicians are involved in it. I'm just saying that it's like, you almost have to conceive of it in a different way. This isn't left-wing versus right-wing, like we have these different political ideologies that we're competing with each other.
It's a moral.
I disagree.
I disagree. It's not political. That it's not that versus right. 100% is. It just is. And I don't care what anybody says. It's true. I think there's only one party pushing it. That you can mutilate your children. That you can get arrested if you don't affirm their gender. That all this the SB bullshit. There's only one party pushing it. It is 100% political, and it's easy to identify on who's pushing it. It's that simple.
You're not wrong. I'm not arguing that there's one political party who's more guilty of it. What I'm arguing is like when you say the term left-wing, like historically what left-wing versus right-wing has meant is that left-wingers believed in egalitarianism and right-wingers believed in traditional hierarchies. This doesn't fall into that. Like, this is a completely different thing.
That's what makes it more sick.
Different beast.
Dave, that's what makes it more sick.
Yeah, no, I don't actually think we're disagreeing.
That's even, no, I know we're not disagreeing. That's what I'm saying.
Well, your tone seems to be.
No. If anybody, let me tell you why. The fact that it shouldn't be politicized.
I like Joe Biden as president. I do. And I mean that. I'm not being sarcastic. I actually really love him as president. I think he's the man for the job. He is the perfect representation of where we're at as a society. If someone who didn't know anything about America was like, where's America at right now? You'd be like, right there. That's where we're at. This president made of tissue paper. It's basically, that's what we got for you. He is old. It's unbelievable. Like, I know you guys here, you know me. Like, I'm not. People sometimes will make jokes about Biden or whatever, and they try to size you up, like, what team are you on? But then I have to tell them that I think both your teams are retarded. You know, like my team, my team is the team that thinks all politicians are criminals. That's my team. They're all blood-soaked monsters. The United States of America and Israel has explicitly funded, for stated strategic reasons, the worst elements of radical Islam: Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Wahhabism. And they've said they're doing it for a reason, to undermine their competing, interests in the Muslim world. How do you feel about it? Can you criticize Israel at all? Were they wrong to support Hamas?
I can criticize Israel,
Were
but
they wrong to support Hamas?
this is an irrelevant question because
can't. You won't say it's wrong to support Hamas. Is it wrong if Iran
I
supports Hamas?
obviously said that it is wrong to support Hamas, but
So it's wrong
but
when
the
Israel did
question, the question doesn't really make any sense because when you think
How
about
does it
it,
make
you're saying that the United
Netanyahu was
States, because you're
supporting
saying that the United States
terrorists?
government.
Harris here, his old thing on the Bill Maher show where he was like, the Islamists wake up every day thinking about how they can kill more people in the West. And it's like, we got a lot of people over here who wake up every day thinking about how they can drop more bombs on people in the Middle East. We got a major problem with that. Too.
Right.
We accept quite often that, like, yeah, we're going to drop a drone bomb on a wedding. We suspect that there's one guy there who we think has done some bad things. So we'll bomb that wedding. And it might be easy for us to convince ourselves that that's not terrorism. That's a whole different thing. It's not nearly as barbaric. But to the people on the receiving end of that, like if that was your son or daughter or nephew or niece, you may not feel like that's such a good justification. If you want to say that America nuking Hiroshima and Nagasaki is not terrorism, America shock and awe is not terrorism, our sanctions regimes are not terrorism, Israel's 60-year-long occupation is not terrorism, like fine, but you're back to the Noam Chomsky definition of terrorism, which essentially is it's terrorism when they do it, and it's counterterrorism when we
He
do
just
it.
said that one side has to show that there's a military necessity, doesn't know these words, but that's what he's talking about, to actually enter the war. Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th.
I've never heard of military necessity before. You blew my mind with your expertise.
Right, I know. It's like you need, I'll give you War 101 offline. That's fine. Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th.
All of this, I'm an expert. You don't know this. I'm an expert. You haven't studied military 101. Then after all of that, the substance that we're left with is right. Okay, got it. Then after all of that, the substance that we're left with is Hamas started the war on October 7th. Yes, the most basic point that every pro-Israel person has made on this show forever. That's what you've got here. Okay.
I got a fact.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact.
You're going to achieve that goal.
By the way, you also don't even know what an appeal. It's not an appeal to emotion, by the way. That's not what it is. Although you do seem to be flirting with an appeal to authority.
Hello there. Look at your feet. Now look at your hands. Now look at your feet. Do they seem very far away? Well, we can bring them closer together. Yes, our programs are designed to make people more flexible and stronger. Who doesn't want to be stronger or sexible? Yes, that's what I like. I also like kittens and beaches and kitten-filled beaches.
What the fuck?
I also like things that are simple and
No, it's an appeal to morality. For me to describe the actual human impact of what this policy is resulting in is not an appeal to emotion. I mean, like, it's an appeal to morality and it's an appeal to logic. It's an appeal to logic. Look, Okay, first of all, when I describe the lockdowns that swept this nation in 2020 as totalitarian, just to be clear, I'm not being hyperbolic. When you're waking up every morning to watch your TV, to find out from your governor what you're allowed to do today, including am I allowed to go to work? Am I allowed to have a funeral for father? Am I allowed to see my family? Am I allowed to step outside without a cover on my face? There is one word and one word only for that, and that is totalitarianism. I'm sorry. That's not slightly hyperbolic. Ben Shapiro built a career opposing identity politics as a proud Zionist. Now listen, feel however you feel about Zionism. Identity politics, like that is the definition of it. You could not find a better example of a politics built on an identity. And yet you're out here saying facts don't care about your feelings. Identity politics is wrong. And then while you're saying that, your number one priority is this manifestation of identity politics. You can only keep that charade going for so long.
No, it's totally true.
Before someone sees through it.
There's what you're always weighing, whether you're willing to coalition with somebody, is like how important is the thing that you're coalitioning about? How important is it? Are we talking about a goddamn genocide? Well, then, yeah, you coalition with anybody who's willing to coalition with you for that. Because who are you? Who are you to ever turn anyone away who's going to support you ending a genocide? I mean, if we were living in 1840 and we were a couple of abolitionists, me and you, Cenk, would we say, well, I don't know, I mean, me and you disagree on taxes. Me and you disagree on monetary policy, so we can't coalition together against slavery. Or would we say, dude, at this point, there's no other issue. There is no other issue. We're abolitionists. We're against slavery. That's it. It doesn't even matter what else we disagree with. This is the issue of our time. And what are we talking about here, man? I mean, we're talking about, like, add up the terror wars and add in Israel's destruction of Gaza to it, too. What are we talking about? There are millions of people who have been slaughtered and trillions of dollars that have been wasted. It's the most important issue of our time, by far. It's not even a close second. And so, this is anybody who's like hesitant to coalition over this right now, while we're at the precipice of another war. I mean, come on. That's just like, that cannot be the
case, 7 countries in 5 years. The game here has always been to have regime change against all of the states that are hostile to Israel. That's been what these guys have been fighting for forever. And I just think it's a real moment for Americans to wake up and go, look, what did we just do? We just launched a war against a country that hadn't attacked us, that wasn't an imminent threat, that poses no real threat to the United States of America, and we did it. And then when our president, after blundering and getting us into this mess, makes the heroic decision to end the thing, what does Netanyahu do? He tries to get it going again. I mean, like, why would we put ourselves in this position where we're allowing a country to constantly be pressuring us into another war that almost everybody knows would be a catastrophe if we were to go through? Like, does anyone not think that Benjamin Netanyahu wants us to continue this war and have a regime change there? Who thinks that would work out well? Okay, yeah, if people entered your country illegally, they don't have a right to be here. There probably should be some type of order of, operation, some hierarchy of who should go first. And, we probably all agree with like violent criminals and gang members and things like that. But, to do it because someone is like an eloquent defender of one side of a conflict is just, I don't know, it's horrific. Also, an incredibly scary precedent to set, this idea that we can label you a terrorist. It's one, because this is the game that they always play. It's like, oh, well, it's only if you're a terrorist group or if you hate Jewish people or something like that. And just like with all speech regulations, it's like, fine, but who gets to decide that? Because I don't know. I mean, there certainly are a lot of people out there who hate Jewish people, and there certainly are a lot of people out there who, maybe less people, but there are some people out there who defend Hamas. But I get accused of that every single day, and I've never done either. So, like, who gets to determine this? And it does seem to me just like more of a continuation of kind of the worst of the post 9/11 tradition in America, where we just get to label something terrorism, and then that shuts off the Bill of Rights, or that shuts off critical thinking. It's just, man, it's terrible. It's just so terrible.
Poland is small. We're trying to prevent Russia from being stronger. And I don't care about what Russia thinks or feels. Russia is not a great power. Russia has an economy the same size roughly as Spain. Do you think Spain is a great power?
Exactly.
The United States should respect?
Dude. Listen. We are in the business of trying to be a world empire, and we are going broke. We're $36 trillion in debt because we can't afford to do it. We've blown $8 trillion in the last 20 years on foreign wars.
Why is Donald Trump talking about invading Greenland? Why is Donald Trump talking about invading Canada? Why is Donald Trump talking about annexing Canada? Why is he talking about ethnic cleansing in the Gaza conversation? That is
you lost
pushing for America to be a global empire. And spends all day arguing with strippers and OnlyFans girls can speak up. I don't think that arguments that you do. You're an expert. These other guys, I can't take them serious.
Okay, well, I mean, listen.
You have a right pedigree in order to make an argument, bro?
Yes, say that you can't take me seriously. You have no response to the argument. Listen, the current estimate I've seen is that Russia's GDP.
I'm not sure. I definitely want to be done by next weekend. So I have today is Saturday, tomorrow and Monday, because I'm off on Monday. And so when I was looking at it last weekend, I really didn't plan on taking yesterday off. So we did 3 hours yesterday, and I did an extra hour last night. So I got some good time in, and we're already 3 hours in this morning. I'm feeling like the figure is done. Just letter the main book. I don't like it exactly. I think I'm not going to do it over though. But this name is smaller than the rest of it. I thought I had to save space, but I had way more space. But then at the same time, like the page is kind of turned down a little bit right there. So it kind of does, like that K is a little bit skewed because of how the page is bending there. So it does make it look a little smaller, but I could have extended it out. I could have made this a little bit wider. This first group of letters could have been a little bit more spaced out, but I'm not changing that. So I'm saying that the book is done. She is done. Her glasses are done. The book is done. Her pants are done. Skin tone is done. Couch is mostly done. I'm gonna start lettering this book right here. I think I might. I don't know. I feel like I can finish this before next weekend. Can start another underpainting. Supposed to have some photo shoots coming up soon. First series, we're gonna add some more to that. I need some more foot photos too. So yeah, that'll be fun. It ain't gotta be straight, just gotta look straight. Most people won't catch that. Some people will, most people won't. And it is what it is. I want my paintings to look like paintings. They don't need to be exact photocopies of what I'm actually working on. So I think we're gonna get a little bit of that looks like some yellow ochre, maybe. I can get away with yellow ochre. And the letters are pretty like even tone, so I'm not gonna do much. Yeah, grab a little bit of yellow ochre. I think that'll be our closest bet. Maybe added some Naples yellow to that. Yellow ochre with Naples yellow. Do these words on here. Get the edge of the book. She has a photo on the edge of the book too. Man, how come I didn't notice that? Fuck me. I don't know if you're gonna do that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that part now. I got a little teeny. That's a teeny face.
Our dashboard, leather seats, car interior is dirty. I will use it to spray and then wipe clean. The car will be renewed the same, whether from the gloss or tech.
This isn't a man. This is a devil in physical form. Bro, what's your name? What's your name, brother?
Word.
What's your name, brother? 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 I'm talking about the demon in you. Not putting the demon in you. The demon in you. What's your name? The demon in you. Listen, before
woman. All right, guys, now talk about this fascinating debate between Yada Awakening and Cooley. Okay, now they did appear on a podcast by the name of Harley Initiated. I'll definitely leave a link in the description. Now, the last time I saw Yada, he was debating Anton, okay, and Anton smoked him and ran him out the building. Okay, Anton gave him that work. And, hey, now he's back debating Cooley. So I will give him some credit. He is resilient in regards to his talking points. And for this particular segment, they're going to be discussing, is marriage best for a man? Take a look.
Totally not against marriage. I think it's a beautiful thing. But as in regards to signing that piece of paper, that's a different story. That's not, that doesn't make sense, actually. But I think, people should definitely get married and strive to be married, men and women, through the church, where, it's not these laws that incentivizes the other party to break it.
Got it. So essentially you're saying you respect the union of marriage, but you don't agree with the legal aspect.
That's where I haven't heard his argument. And so Cooley hosts his own podcast, so I just hear him always he doesn't try to downplay women, but he just lets women know, like, I know we're living in a different time, but our great grandparents would not look at most women as respectable women nowadays. And it is what it is. And like young modern women can't see themselves sometimes and they don't think that, you know, exposing their body with skimpy clothing and doing things like OnlyFans, they don't think that lowers their value as a woman. And so Kevin Samuel made a lot of the same. All right, so it's that same argument is like, if you want a traditional man, you have to have more traditional values, and we are rapidly losing these values, and young women, young modern women don't see that as a problem. And so I'm making a broad generalization of the content that I've seen from him. But also, I didn't realize he does like these standalone debates on other platforms, and sometimes he hosts debates. And so I've never heard this before, and I don't know his exact argument or viewpoint, but it already starts out with like that part. It's a contractual agreement with like you, somebody else in the fucking state. Like me and you are gonna make an agreement with the state about our love, our affection, and the status of our relationship. Like if you want a union in marriage, you want to carry my last name, that's fantastic. Why do I have to sign a fucking contract? What is this? When you look in the Bible, like husband and wives, there were no fucking contracts signed. It says, oh, in case of a separation or a failed marriage, this and this and this and this has to transpire. You know, that's the one part I just don't. A picture within the picture within the picture. That's the one thing that scares me about American traditional like marriages. It's like now you guys like own each other's dead, and you know, if it doesn't work out, that's gonna cost you. Now you gotta file taxes a certain way, and I don't know. I think people should strive to be married, to be in a monogamous relationship with somebody you really love and just care about. That's like the ultimate goal, is to have a life partner. Have a family. You know, that's like the ultimate goal. But once again, why the fucking government got to be about shit, yo? What you want to know? What? When did we get married? Why? Why you need to know? Why you got to know how much me and my wife make and all this shit now? No. Damn, I feel like I want to flip this damn canvas so bad. It's not, I don't know, it's not that hard like this. I might do flip the canvas again. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Without legal documents, people change their names all the time. That's how that last school shooter went from Jason to Jessica or whatever, Ashley or something. Like you can just change your name. My cousin has legally changed his name. He transitioned and he was born Matthew Robert, and now his name is Amora. So I mean, changing your name is easy. That's the easy part. You can just go change your name. I can go change my name to Cecil Rutherford. Get me a new alias real quick. There's kids who have been adopted, and their adopted father raised them for so long. They're like, you know what? I just rather change my last name now. I just rather have your last name, not being, not being a biological parent or anything, just because it's a decision. Shit. Mazel tov, motherfucker. Jump a goddamn broom. Change your last name. Well, hey, the documentation. Look here, Uncle Sam. You being too nosy. You being too nosy. Why you all in my business? Well, I want to know who you're having sex with. Why? Why? Why do you need to know? God damn. God damn, Uncle Sam. That's just another way to little tax revenue because they charge you for the license, you gotta pay taxes on that, and it's just money. That shit just it's a money deal. And legally, you cannot separate or marry anybody else until this union is nullified through the courts and man, look, bro. Sit your ass down, Uncle Sam. Ain't nobody asking you all that. That's like child support. I did child support for 18 years. And it's like I told my son's mom, bitch, this is all you ever gonna get. This is it. I hope you know that. You kind of fucked yourself because she set the limit she wanted, which was lower than I've had the cheapest child support than anybody I know. I swear. And I said, you're so weird for that. You just wanted to do something just to do fucking something, bitch. Like, I don't even understand the point. And so now you got the courts involved, and I tried to get the courts involved twice, but it's just like, once again, I hate having to go to the fucking system. Like, nigga, can we figure some shit out ourselves? You want me to go talk to the fucking courts about this shit, yo? Like, ugh. Getting married, I gotta go ask the goddamn system. Hello, sir. Can this be my wife? I'll sign a piece of paper. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know. It just don't make sense to me. Once again, motherfuckers, I'm like, goddamn, motherfuckers had wives for thousands of years. Ain't nobody never had to sign no goddamn legal document. Motherfucking kings and emperors. These motherfuckers not sitting somewhere with a lawyer. If my queen decides to leave me, what should I do? Chop her head off. Ain't no leaving. Oh boy. Where we at? almost 3.5 hours. We getting some good hours in this morning game. Working on them details. Working on them details. Working on them. Working on them. Oh, my lettering. I don't know why this shit looks so trashy for some reason. I gotta do better. I gotta do better next time. I'll do better next time. I am gonna have to come back with some green and tighten these up a little bit, a little something, a little tight, just make it a little crispier. It ain't gotta be straight, just gotta look straight. As long as it looks straight, we good to go. Mm-hmm. That's why we call it art in education. You know what I'm saying? I learn a little bit, y'all learn a little bit, we all learn a little bit, and get some art while we at it. It's a beautiful thing. This is a very niche kind of stream. We don't normally get a lot of people in here that actually follow and enjoy this stuff because we're weird nerds, and most people don't like weird nerdy shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Welcome. I know every YouTuber says this, but subscribe, hit the bell notification, and give the stream a thumbs up. Yeah, this is all we really do here. I paint and I give very poor commentary about different topics, random subjects. Tell them, Wendy, everything is for entertainment purposes only. Entertainment purposes only. Don't take nothing I say serious. Don't believe anything I say ever. Because I don't know what I'm talking about. Most of the time, I just be making this stuff up. So. Oh man, why does this part seems like super tedious? These aren't even like small letters either. They're kind of fat letters. Yeah, I'm really trying to think like if we can get just the main letters right here filled in, we might take a break. Marion Wright Eldman. Let's get this, and then we'll save the frame and this bottom part for next time. Lanterns. If we can do that, because that would mean we had we finished the hair. We detail the main book, The Undefeated. And if, like I said, if we get like this part just blocked in, I might feel comfortable enough to take a little break. I think I'm almost at the end of Death Stranding 2 also. Like they keep telling me that like the last mission I did is like, well, you should finish up any loose ends because this may be your last mission. I'm like, well, I don't want to start that shit yet because I feel like I ran through the last one too fast without building enough roads or unlocking like a bunch of the extra stuff in there. Oh, all along, could have been fucking queen out this bitch. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the easiest examples, but trans people do it all the time. And it's like they legally just change their name. It costs like I think it costs like $200 or something to get your name changed. But yeah. In most applications, like, did you go by any other names? Because they know people will just change their name. But my cousin is still, I don't know. I find myself like having to actively think. Like when I talk to him in person, it's just like, okay, don't call him Matthew. He's like, but I've known you your entire life. Your entire life is Matt, and it's just like, and not gonna lie, even in my phone, they're still saved as Matthew. So, but when I speak to them, it's like, okay, their name is not Matthew. Their name is not Matthew. And that's fine. That's fine. Your name's not Matthew. Okay. And that is okay. People just, just go change your name. Goddamn. Change my name to goddamn Quandicius Leoton. You know what I'm saying? Change my name to goddamn Abubakari. Be somebody great. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking Prince changed his name to a symbol. Like, god damn, nigga, that ain't even letters, nigga. This nigga done turned his name to a hieroglyph. What, bro? The symbol. God damn, bro. That's I'm not gonna say extreme, but that's pushing it, dog. How do you pronounce that? What is this? What is this new hieroglyphic symbol here? It's me. It says the artist. God damn, this nigga too deep. Change his name to a symbol. Are the motherfuckers who just why is that so off, motherfucker? Are the motherfuckers you just use just one name? Madonna. Seal. Like, what the fuck? What's your name? Seal. Seal what? Nah, that's it. Just call me Seal. God damn. What's your name, ma'am? Madonna. And that's it, just Madonna. Motherfuckers think they so goddamn important. I just got one name only. Don't you forget it. Trying to erase some of this paint. God damn it. All right, that look a little better. Look a little something. Little straighter. It ain't gotta be straight, just gotta look straight. You know what I'm saying? As long as it looks straight enough. Hell, most Hollywood actors change their name. I don't know why I'm stuck on that shit now. I feel like I should have been changed my damn name. My name's so damn average. Travis. What the fuck? Travis. And then for my generation, my name was super common, like fucking Jessica. Like I remember in 7th grade math class, there's literally like 6 Travises in the same class. Like every fucking Travis in the school. Well, in that grade, we all had math together. It's like, what the fuck? You know, the teacher had to call us by our last name. And then there was a Prescott in there, Travis Prescott. So we even had the same fucking initials. God damn, nigga. TP. Shit. Common ass name. And nowadays, I meet people like, I've never met a Travis before. You fucking lie. You ain't never met nobody named Travis. That shit is fucking super common. Well, if my name was Shirley Crabtree, I would call myself something different as well. God damn, Shirley. And there was a Johnny Cash song, A Boy Named Sue. Travis Perkins, good old TP. Good old TP. Oh man, this damn coffee hitting me hard this morning. I gotta take another bathroom break, guys. Ain't gonna lie. We almost done with this. With this right here though. Almost done. All right. Let me do this. I'll be right back.
Oh. And let me. No. Got it. So personally, yourself, just if you're talking to a guy, you're giving him some game, you would probably say, hey, brother, like, I don't recommend you legally get married. That'll probably be a recommendation you make for a brother.
Well, no.
That's not even a recommendation. I would say, hey, if you're going to go into something, you have to go in smart, right? And one, you want to know first who you're going in this contract with. Also, I would, recommend a prenup. You know what I mean? So this person isn't incentivized to divorce it. Currently, right now, we live in a society where women are pedestalized, and they are pedestalized in a way where they only prioritize how they feel, generally speaking. So there's a lot of women that 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. And a lot of these divorces is because I woke up one day and he's not the guy for me. He's not the guy for me anymore. I don't like him anymore. Now, of course, there's many other reasons, cheating and all of these other type of things that's involved in to why the woman initiates the divorce. But if you actually look at it, which I studied it, it's a lot of it is because it's feelings.
And Yada, what is your opinion on this?
Man, first I want to say, in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, strengthen me, allow God to speak and the devil to be quiet. Praises. Let me do this. I want to speak to the Red Pill Society for a moment. I really want to speak to these brothers because I understand that a lot of you men are hurt. Like a lot of you men are hurt. I was in a relationship with a woman, and when I started to exit from this woman told everybody I beat on her.
One of the most overpriced things I've ever seen be sold repetitively is men's razors.
Why are you trying to sell me men's razors, lady?
I was facing 44 years in prison. The internet ran with it. They ran with it. They didn't need no documents. All they need is she filed for these things, and that was the proof for them. 44 years. They told me to plead to 15 years for something I did not do because a woman said I did something because she told me if she couldn't have me, she'd rather me be dead. So I have every reason to say, man, marriage, it's just not for me. Women, I just can't trust them. Mind you, I'm facing 44 years in prison.
A famous author? Not sure how famous she was. I mean, well enough to write a story. But I think I haven't personally read this book. But I have heard of it. I've heard of all these books, actually. But only a few of them are mine. So in this picture, so the model knew, well, this is actually the daughter. So I just asked them if they have any books that they want written by Black authors or authors of color that they can bring them. So The Undefeated is my book. And The Condemnation of Blackness is my book. And she brought Lanterns, Native Son. Of course, I've read Native Son though, and Tanahashi Coates, The Water Dancer. Now, once again, Tanahashi is really in the last 20 years has become a really well-known Black author. But I have never read any of Coates' work at all. There's kind of like James Baldwin. James Baldwin was a very, very prolific author and lecturer for his time, and some of his works are like in most Black people's libraries. But I've never read anything from James Baldwin. I'm Not Your Nigger, The Fire Next Time. I can't think the other book, but I know of his work, but I've just never read it before. But Khalid Muhammad, The Condemnation of Blackness. I started reading that, and I don't know. I gotta pick that up again because it seemed like I wasn't gonna learn anything from reading that. It's because I've read so much of Dr. Amos Wilson. Like once you read Amos Wilson, it's like, okay, you're done. You're done with like trying to understand like black sociology, psychology, and white supremacy. Like he breaks it down so thoroughly and so in depth that if you read anything, it's just like, oh, that's the same thing that he was saying. So I don't know, but I may give this book another shot. I think I read like the first 50 pages or something. Yeah, but these books are not my books. So I've actually have never read this before. I'm gonna have to put those letters there, but man, like on the canvas, it well, I can probably just Google it because it looks like it should be big enough for me to spell it out on the canvas, but I really can't see exactly what that says. Oh yeah, and that's why I said if you do want to add books to the reader series, like bring your own material, I'm fine with that. Once again, this is art and education. I learn a little bit. I try to teach a little bit. So as much as I can learn, and so now I am aware of this author, and you just gave me more insight to her background and career and some of her achievements. So now is there a chance that I may get a copy of this from my own library? And I actually like when people bring books to the um, reader series. Oh shit, my bad, guys. I look at the screen and the screen looking at the picture. I'm like, damn, that shit look crisp as shit. Oh, nigga, that's the picture. You ain't painting that good. Oh, okay. I was like, damn, that shit look too real. Oh, that's not the painting. Dumbass, turn the camera around. Turn the camera around. What are you looking at? Goddamn big Saturday morning, chilling in the studio. The season is changing. I woke up a little stuffy. It's cool outside. Had to close some of the windows. Like, damn, I had the windows open for months now. Not this morning. Goddamn, goddamn. Is it cold in here, or is it me? Yeah, I can't tell if it's cold in here, if it's just me. Let me close these windows up. Still feel a little stuffy. I gotta start boosting up now, get me some emergency or something, cause I'll be back with the kids soon. These little germ factories don't give a damn who they touch after they sneeze in their hand. Like, you nasty fucking Them kids don't care, bro. I ain't getting sick with y'all little motherfuckers this time. As soon as they come in with that runny ass nose, like, you got goop on your top lip, son. Go get some tissue and blow that shit and stay the hell away from me. Come in with the goopy lip. Like, you don't feel that dripping out I know you feel it dripping out your nose, man. Come on, man. You gonna have to do better. Keep that snot to your damn self. They don't care, man. They gonna give everybody some snot. I ain't cool with that. Oh, snotty ass nose. Now I'm over here with the sniffles. Oh yeah. You getting somewhere. I don't know exactly where we getting to, but we getting there. We'll be there shortly. Hold on. We will be there shortly. The neighborhood already up. We got some people across the road getting some work done on their house, and kids outside already hopping around on them goddamn scooters. That's how I used to be when I was a kid, man. You wake up, eat some breakfast, and take your ass outside. I need peace and quiet in there. Go ahead outside now. Or somebody said, like, yo, if you grew up in the 80s and 90s, like literally, your parents had no fucking clue where you were at. And no way to really figure that shit out either. Yeah, we'll hop on a bike, nigga. We about to ride about 6 miles, 7 miles, halfway across fucking town. Ain't no fucking cell phones. We come up with the plan on the fly. It ain't like we about to go tell, oh, we about to go over there across the creek to such and such. Like, nigga, we just out. We out. I ain't telling nobody where we going. You told us to go outside. I'm outside, ain't it? We always cross town. Parents had no clue where we was at. Nowadays, motherfuckers be like, well, turn your location on. Turn on your location so I know where you're at. Fucking tracking me. We be gone literally all fucking day too. You know the curfew street lamps. But hell, if you go outside at fucking 9:30 in the morning, and in the summertime, it don't get dark till 9:30 at night. Nigga, you done had fucking 12 hours in the streets. You don't go home for nothing to eat. They don't give a fuck. You go, they gonna ask you, did you have lunch or where you was at? Like, yeah. Maybe sunshine is gonna be like, yo, the fucking church serving lunches today. So she be out handling some business. If y'all get hungry, y'all go around to the church. Coming, they talking about y'all smell like outside. You told me to be outside all day. Now I come back in smelling like grass and dirt and rain. Yeah, it's my fault. You don't like how that smell, huh? That's what it smell like outside. It smell like the world. It smell wild. I'm gonna have to fix some breakfast here shortly. Man. Gotta feed the beast, gotta feed the beast. All right, what was listening to? These guys debate. I guess it's I don't know. I don't know these guys. I don't know their positions, but whatever. One guy looked like a fucking. Yeah, he looks like. Damn, I hate talking shit about black men. But this is one guy debating right here. I think he's the uber Christian guy. It looks like a con artist to me. I ain't want to say it out loud, you know. But most of the Christian dudes, y'all just be looking like con artists, nigga. Why is you? I don't know.
At the time,
trying to sell me a dream.
State of being a complete alcoholic. Drunk. I turned drunk. I'm losing my mind, literally falling apart. Mental breakdown after mental breakdown after mental breakdown, fall into a deep state of depression.
Mm-hmm.
My wife comes in the room. Bro, I have some scissors to my neck. I'm like, that's over with. It's over with. Everything I'm cursing God. God, you ain't nothing. You're not real. You don't exist. Because why would you do this to me? Everything I've been through, this is how I'm going out. And I'm not afraid to be incarcerated. I'm a man wherever you place me. Wherever you place me, I'm standing how I stand. Period. And those that know. But this is how I go out. 44 years, plea to 15. I turn into a complete alcoholic. My wife comes in. My wife, the beautiful one you see me posting all the time. She see me at my lowest. My lowest. Scissors to my neck. She comes in, what are you doing? I push her. She runs to the neighbors for help. To help me. Somebody, help this man. Guess what my neighbors do? They clip it for 15 minutes of fame. Wow. And says he beat her. There's no documents, there's no police records, there's nothing. So I have every reason to dislike women, especially women that look like me, because these were black women. Black women. Mentally falling apart. I'm talking about you following for how long, brother?
About 5 years now.
Did you see all that stuff that's going online? Y'all is a woman beater. Y'all is a woman beater. Y'all is a woman beater. Why?
PC Richard & Son, we don't just sell you a TV. We show you the differences, explain all the features from all the top brands.
because I was facing 44.
I guess I gotta be more controversial with shit I talk about. I think I am kind of controversial though, but still, like, I don't know. Some of these guys, he's like, "How long you been following me?" He said like 4 or 5 years. Bro, I've never heard of this dude. Well, I guess I don't listen to like that specific type of content either, but it's just like I've never heard of you or your fraudulent abuse case, or I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, who the hell are these dudes? But then they be having like millions of fucking followers. They be having like millions of followers. Like, who are you?
Plea down to 15. But look at Yada. Look at Yada. Where's the guilty at? No one cared. So Red Pill, I can understand why y'all frustrated. I've been there. I've been attacked by a woman that said she loved me, told me if she couldn't have me, she'd rather me be dead. I understand. But when I sit across from men like him with no substance, and it comes to relationships and marriage, he comes from a place of fear. We have to understand when it comes to marriage, it's deeper than a piece of paper.
Exactly.
We're talking about being ordained by God, and a lot of men suffer from divorce because no one has properly told them how to choose a woman. If a man knows how to choose a woman, he does not have to worry about divorce. Me, when that woman was giving me 44 years and saying I beat her, I chose that woman. They can go online right now and will not see no response about anything she said. There's no video ever of me speaking bad about this woman because I take full responsibility for what goes on in my life. That's what men do. So when you step into marriage and you have to doubt the woman that you're with, you've already lost. You've already lost. I believe every man that's following the will of the Most High God. Because if I'm not mistaken, God says when you find a wife, you find a good thing. Am I mistaken? No. When you find a wife, not shack up with a woman, not have a babies by a woman and not claim her, but when you find a wife, you find a good thing. That's why you have to stop following men like this. He's a shack up man. He shacks up with women. And I know for a fact, he was raised in a single parent household. He's never seen his mother properly loved. This isn't a man. This is a devil in physical form. Bro, what's your name? What's your name, brother?
Nasty work.
What's your name, brother? 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 I'm talking about the demon in you. Not putting the demon in you. The demon in you. What's your name? The demon in you. Yo, listen. Before woman. There we go. That's the devil showing. That's the demon showing. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name, demon? What's your name? What's your name, demon? What's your name, demon? It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
1 second.
It's coming. It's coming.
Wait.
Yeah, I was letting that play out as long as possible. I didn't want to interrupt it because this is a pretty long clip, so I don't want to,
I thought this was an actual clip. This dude is fucking narrating
think shit. About this. Now, I was trying to follow his story. Is he saying that?
I don't want to hear your part.
Topic, okay?
It's coming. And gotta just so
I don't know. That's I agree with mostly what he said, but at the same time, like that's poor statesmanship. If you're in a debate and then you attack the person and not the argument, and then you say, "What's your name?" I'm talking to the demon in you. Like, what kind of rebuttal do you want from that? That's gonna piss anybody off. I mean, that's a weird thing to say to your debate opponent. But and he's coming from the religious side, but religious people think that's cool sometimes. Just call them motherfuckers demons or the Antichrist or whatever else they be doing. Like, I don't know, man. But then you talk about what is your name? What is your name? I'm talking to the demon in you. Whoa, 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 bro. What you don't know me? I'd be more. It'd be the unreligious people who are more Christ-like than a lot of religious people, yo. Like you claim to be Christ-like, so you can act like a fucking asshole, and then be like, in the name of Jesus, nah, nigga, that ain't how that shit work. That ain't. I called him a demon in the name of Jesus. No, no, no. Like there's also a thing called rapport and respect too. And so if you want to have an intellectual debate, like there has to be a level of intellectual respect for your opponent and some decorum. But immediately you just attack his character and call him out of his name, and it's just like, and that's the start of the debate. That's how your opening statements are. Man, see, I do something just looking at him, just as you look kind of sleazy, bro, a charlatan. I'm trying to really figure out what it is though. Like one of the things that really gets me a lot of the time is dudes who wear shades inside. I think that is something like, so you got the two guys who are hosting the debate. You got the one guy here who's in the debate, and this guy. You're the only person in the building with shades on, bro. Why I don't understand that sometimes. And they're not really dark shades, but still, like, why do you have your shades on in the building? Like, are you that fucking cool? I'm just so cool. And see, he's exposing a lot of his own personality, and the other dude ain't even said anything yet. The other dude ain't even said anything yet, and he's just like, I know how it is. I was accused, blah 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 blah. And then you say this man is a demon. Like, calm down, son. Calm down. Now I want to see the other guy's rebuttal.
Be clear here. Should marriage be the ultimate goal for men? Men should strive to marry the woman that they're with. If they don't see that, they should not be with her. Period.
Now, Cool, I do want to give you the opportunity to respond to this. How much of a man's reluctance, or just men in general, their reluctance to get married is based on fear or hurt from past relationships?
I mean, it depends on a man. That's an anecdotal question. But I mean, a few things that he said there. He's talking about the red pill community. I mean, if you look into that, you're speaking about the red pill community and pointing at me. No one said that I'm in that community. So you have this mindset where you hear certain content and then you just put everyone in a box. That's not how it goes. The thing is this, my brother. That concept is just based off of truth. When they asked me the question, I spoke truth. I did not speak how I feel. You're a woman, and you're going to get this work now. You are a female. I'm looking at across this table in your eyes. You spoke nothing but feelings. You spoke about, your situation, and that you're a victim, and that, and you still married the woman. Great for you, my friend. Great for you. They asked me a question, and I answered it. I never said I was against marriage or anything like that. I answered it properly and said I'm against the marriage in modernity times. Pre-modernity, it was great because women wasn't really working. That incentivization for a woman, it was needed. Currently, right now, there's no need for it.
There's no need for marriage.
You can't even dispute
There's no
that is
need for marriage. What'd you say?
I say currently, right now, there is no need for the incentivization for women to be incentivized to leave the marriage. They are incentivized to leave the marriage. Would you? And I'm gonna pose a question to you. would you sign a contract? You seem like a businessman. You're wearing a suit. Would you sign a contract that the other party is incentivized to break it?
Brother,
Answer it, yes or no.
Brother,
Don't give me your
like you said,
feelings.
I am a businessman, a great businessman. And I understand that family is the first business. I'm speaking, brother. You're shaking your head already.
Yeah, answer the
You're
question.
talking about feminine traits. You're shaking your head already. You're shaking your head already.
Females
Brother, I'm
avoid
speaking.
questions.
I'm speaking, brother. I'm speaking.
Yes or no?
You're showing feminine traits again. I listened to you. I did not cut you off. Not
This is
once.
crazy.
Not once. Control the panties, please. Control the panties.
Hey, bro, come on.
Control the panties.
Look at Ninja Turtle over here talking about control the panties.
Let's
Everybody
get
get
that.
master
Let's
splinter
get
and
that.
then direct you. Chill out, man. You sound silly.
Go ahead, Yana. Brother, again, family
Yo, this is crazy.
the first business. If I'm stepping into a business to make money, and I don't think the business partner I'm with is beneficial to me, I will not do business with that person. Do you understand? Oh, the demon showing again.
You didn't
The
answer
demon,
the
I
question.
just told you.
You didn't answer the
Family is the first
Family is
business.
So you
If
will
I
sign a
have to
contract.
question, marriage is a contract, brother.
But
marriage
that
is
business,
a contract.
They are incentivized.
Marriage
Your wife
is
right
a
now, she's
contract.
incentivized
Marriage,
to leave you.
marriage is
She'll
a contract, brother. If my woman left me, she deserves more than half, brother. That's
great,
my
but she's
woman.
still incentivized.
Again, if I'm stepping into a relationship based off fear, I have no business being in a
All right,
relationship.
Wendy. I'll see you
Feminine
next
traits.
time.
Control yourself, brother.
Not feminine traits
Control
at all.
yourself,
So
brother.
you mean to tell me what is marriage is from the biblical perspective, right? So that means that let's just take it back. Let's just take it back even further than pre-modernity, right? So at the end of the day, marriage is a covenant between the man, the woman, and God. There weren't any contracts that was made to incentivize women to leave the man during when marriage first came about. There wasn't anything like this. So I'm not against marriage. I think you still don't understand my point. And I'm not saying not to get into marriage because of fear. I'm just stating what's true. You're using feelings again. So what is true? Would you sign a contract that someone is incentivized?
You just said you're not talking about fear, but you keep on saying, "Oh, she can take half and she can leave you, brother."
No,
Hold on, brother. Hold on. No, you're giving your opinion, brother. Stop.
Please
Are you married?
Point.
Are you married?
Please refute.
Are you married?
I'm not married.
Okay, so how can you speak on this, brother? You're not
Okay.
qualified to even open your mouth right now.
qualified.
You're not qualified to
Marriage.
open your mouth right now. You're not married.
Okay, so marriage is a relationship. So
Oh,
marriage
God,
is
here we
under
go.
the umbrella of a relationship.
Oh,
So
man.
therefore, since someone doesn't have a title, that doesn't even make no sense. That's a logical fallacy. That's the appeal to authority fallacy, which means that you could say that, well, bro, you don't have a certificate, so you can't speak on this.
What?
What are you speaking about? So mean to tell me, let's test your logic real quick. If someone is a mechanic and they have 15 years of experience, but they never got their certificate, 15 years of experience. The other person, they have 1 year of experience, but they got their certificate. Who do you think is better at fixing your car?
If I have,
Who do you think is better at fixing your car? Answer the question. So what I'm telling you,
You're not
you
making
committed a
sense.
logical
You're not
fallacy.
making sense
You
again.
committed a logical
Your
fallacy.
feminine traits are showing again.
Bro,
Again.
let's keep the.
You're gonna lose this debate, bro.
This is getting out of hand a little bit, right? The personal attacks, you're a woman. Like, let's stick to the actual facts and the topic. Okay, is marriage best for a man? Okay, and I think what Cooley's saying here, he's not against marriage, but signing a contract, having the government in your affairs is not necessarily in your best interest as a man. Okay, and Yada is basically saying it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. If you're signing a contract, you should ultimately, I guess, trust the woman or get into the relationship and put God first, and then everything else will just work out. And it's like, you also need to put the work in as well. Okay, You have the faith, okay, great, but you also need to put the work in as a man in order to secure yourself in that situation. Okay, when you're living in 2024, 2025 is a whole lot different in comparison to the 1950s.
So Cooley, do you consider there to be any benefit to marriage for men?
Well, let me ask the question this way. I'll bring the question and pose it to him. No, it's not.
No, you don't have to ask me no questions,
But
brother.
I'll pose the question to the entire audience in the conversation. What benefit does a marriage? I mean, there's a few benefits that marriages get, that men get in marriage, and that's okay, tax benefits and multiple other benefits. But as far as signing the paper, because we gotta differentiate the two. Marriage, being married in the covenant under a church, under religion or God and stuff like that, yeah, it's spiritual. It's many benefits as far as spiritual benefits, of course. But if we're speaking about it, if we take that part away and we're speaking about it just signing the contract, the only other benefit is some tax benefits. Other than that, what benefit does a marriage?
So let me
just finish real quick. My point.
Yeah.
The question that I'm posing is, what benefit does a man get in a marriage that he already doesn't get in a relationship?
Okay, bro. Now listen to me, brother. You said this spiritual. You said this spiritual. You said this. I'm not answering the way you want me to, but I'm gonna answer it. Thank you so much.
Got it.
You say the spiritual aspect. Take that away. You can't take it away. When you're doing business at a high level, clearly this is not a business. Man, he's a TikToker. I get it. But when you're doing business at a high level, the first thing the person asks you is, "Are you married? Come to dinner. Bring your wife." That validates how consistent a man can be, how trustworthy a man can be. No real man is going to shack up with a woman and not make sure she's properly taken care of if he passes away. So if Cooley built a lot of wealth and he's with a woman and he dies, guess what's going to happen? Guess who's going to get the wealth? Not the woman that he's been shacking up with.
Oh, that's a lie. You can do all of that without signing a piece of paper.
Here we go. Come on, bro.
You can make a woman beneficial.
I agree. I was great to say, like, what the fuck is a will then, dude? What is a will? You don't have to. I'm trying to see both sides of their arguments. I get that. I get it, but like, bro, like, there's so many ways around a government contract of your relationship. Now, a government contract of your belongings and your material assets, that's different. Yeah, because you don't want that shit to be left in the wind to whoever and auditors and everybody try to fucking take your estate, man. Nah, like, I got a will, or I got a trust, I got an LLC, and this is how that shit is structured, and I can amend it or alter it at any given time. And that's a part of the business aspect of a relationship. That's the business part. Now, as far as emotional love and respect, like, once again, where is the value in signing a contract for that? You cannot answer that question. Like, how does the marriage certificate add more value to the relationship? Like, we can do all of this without telling Uncle Sam all of our fucking business.
And so what I'm telling you is, what you just said is a lie. So you just said that. Well, what's is the wife gonna benefit from this marriage if he happens to die? Well, he can still put her on the will. He can still make her a beneficiary. He can do all of these things without actually signing that paper. Also, right, if he is in a relationship with a woman, he can still protect and provide for that woman. If he loves that woman, he can still take a bullet for that woman.
And this is what I mean right here when I said this is not a businessman. Because if you write a will can be contested. Do you know what that means?
I really want this AK, but this is going way too slow. Let's go ahead and get these troops. Oh my goodness, that is so helpful. Okay, let's get these little.
A will can be contested under certain, under certain circumstances. So if I don't know, like, my aunt passed away recently. She has 2 kids, and her 2 kids just assumed that they were on the will. But when we found the will and read over it, a few years before my aunt passed away, she changed her fucking will and put her sister on everything. And now one of the sons tried to contest it, but he's a major addict and he's homeless. Then you can't contest it, bro. You're not suitable or fit to manage the estate, period. So yeah, people can contest wills, but you have to have a very legitimate reason. Now, if it was the other way around, if she never had taken him off the will and he was still in his current state, then the family could contest and say, look, he's not always in his right mind. He's not a sober individual. And he's been homeless for the last 2 years. So he doesn't even know how to manage an estate like this. And we can test to it, because if he gets control of this, it's going to go to shit and everything that she worked for will be wasted. And so a contestant in that way would probably have went through. But if I will my estate to somebody and they're fit, sober, and in their right mind, why would there be any kind of contesting it? And unless you had a clear argument of manipulation where my hand was forced to sign someone's name as my beneficiary. But if we're in a loving, happy, prosperous, productive relationship for many, 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 many years, and everybody always sees us as a happy couple that has our shit, but always are together, and no, why would any kind of contestant hold up in court? It wouldn't. Man, I hate siding. Like I say, I don't know either one of these guys, all their viewpoints, but I hate siding a debate sometimes, because it's like you're not just like dodging a lot of questions. You're just arguing around the point. Like, are you guys even talking about the same thing right now? Because you're just trying to argue around the point that the document is kind of weird. It is just a kind of weird thing. And then it's a very modern thing. Like, I need different greens. Let me see. Well, I said I would cut it right there. We're already at 4.5 hours. You know what? I might stop right there. I got most of the lettering blocked in. Excuse me. I'm kind of hungry. It's almost 10 o'clock. When I come back, I will have to get into some greens to sharpen them letters up just a little bit. Oh man, I need to take something for my allergies too. Some Benadryl or something. God damn it. Letters looking a little crisp. Yeah, you can really see the difference in between the underpainting. So those letters and these letters looking a little bit crispy there. So you can come out with some green paint and kind of get those edges a little bit more sharp, a little bit more straight. It ain't got to be perfect. It just got to kind of look like it is, but it's not really, you know. Jesus Christ. Drink me some Dayquil or something. I'm tired of the goddamn sniffing sound. Oh yeah, that ain't looking too bad at all. You know what I'm saying? That ain't too shabby, that boy. That boy right there. That boy, they talking about he be painting. That shit don't look half bad, son. It don't look half bad, son. Check him out. Talking about he an artist. An artiste. Clean these brushes up real quick so I don't come back in here and curse myself out for having hard brushes. all it takes is a little bit, a little detail here, a little detail there, layer by layer, it all come together. Trying to have this one done by next weekend. Start on something new. On to the next one. All right, so like I said, we did hair, we did lettering on the top book, and we did lettering on, well, the book that she's holding in her hand, we did some lettering on there. We did lettering on the top book of this stack. So we got a lot of good details in this morning. There is a strong chance that I may do another stream later this evening. So always look out for that. If not, I'll definitely be back in here tomorrow morning on a big Sunday. Trying to work our way through these lettering details. Let me turn this light out. Oh man, the knees, boy, the knees. So, yeah, looking really good. The hair's popping. Worked on those braids a little bit, and her baby hairs got those to lay down just nicely. Skin tones look fantastic. We did the lettering here, Alexander and Nelson, and we also put it on the side of the book with the little yellow star in there. So that turned out really good. So, and we had to add that little bird right there. So I think the cover of that book is complete. And yeah, we started working on this book here, getting those letters nice and crispy. So we'll work on the picture and frame and the title of the book. Also, there's lettering on the side, and then we'll work our way down to Native Son and the water dance and everything else. And we might do a little bit more contrast on the wood table. But all the wood grains are looking pretty decent. The leather couch may need a little bit more highlights in this area. But man, if that couch still ain't in the show, man, damn. The pants too. All the little details are slowly coming together. So, like I said, at least in another week, we'll definitely have this done. Chip away at it a little bit every day. And for a size comparison, sometimes people think like, oh, it's a small canvas. No, it's not a small canvas. So it looks pretty good though. I'm liking it. I'm like really liking it. I can't wait to get this shit in the show somewhere and show it to everybody. Next year, guys, we're gonna try to do a lot of shows next year. So I definitely want to be ready. But I got some killer pieces. This piece and the last one I did for the Reader series, the flip paintings, the Whisper series. We got a bunch of killer stuff for next year, yeah. If I can get in some good venues with some perfect lighting, we're gonna knock them shit out the park. Yeah, like and subscribe, give it a thumbs up. That helps. It definitely helps the algorithm just by liking the videos. We've been doing this for about 10 years now, and like I said, it's a very small community. But at the same time, my personality is like you have to build a taste for it, I guess. And I kind of focus on the same kind of content and material all the time, so I can see how it gets a little bit boring or repetitive sometimes. I understand that. But I do like to share my art with everybody, and we're always welcoming anybody to the community. Like I say, it's just a bunch of artsy fartsy stuff and paintings and conspiracies mostly. But we're definitely honest about it. So I appreciate you dropping in and engaging in the conversation this morning. That's why I do it. Just try to share some art with people. If you're bored and ain't got nothing to do and there's nothing on TV, I'll be right here. We can talk about whatever. So we're going to end the stream right now. Like I say, a small chance I could be back in here later this evening. I don't know. But we'll definitely be here tomorrow morning. So I hope the rest of your day goes well, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. We're out of here.